Las Rams Baseball is on the air, and tonight we are bringing you the Seibu Lions and the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks live commentary from the PayPay Dome from the NPB. Ohio gozaimasu, konnichiwa, konbanwa, everyone, wherever you're at in the world. Welcome to Last Rams Baseball's live commentary of the Nippon Professional Baseball League. The commentary and views are our opinions and are not affiliated with the NPB, the Pacific League, or their sponsors. We're giving live English reports on the game being played and hope that English-speaking audiences around the globe can enjoy the game on YouTube and Twitch along with us. Tonight, from the PayPay Dome, it is going to be the Seibu Lions and the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks. They're battling for first place against one another here in the Pacific League, as the Oryx Buffaloes are also tied for first place with these clubs. So we'll first begin by giving you the starting lineups from the Seibu Lions. Leading off in right field, wearing number 35, is Gakuto Wakabayashi. Hitting second and playing shortstop is number 6, Suzuki Genda. Hitting third and doing the designated hitting is number 10, Tomoya Mori. And the cleanup spot and playing first base is number 3, Hataka Yamakawa. Batting fifth and in center field is number 46, Shohei Suzuki. Batting sixth and in left field is number 30, Brian O'Grady. Batting seventh and doing the catching is number 33, Senetsuge. Batting eighth and playing second base is number 39, Nin Ting Wu. And batting ninth and playing at third base is Shota Hiranuma. And he is going to wear number 31. And they are going to be facing now Higashiyama, who takes to the hill. He is a right-hander who is 9-6 on the year. He's got 123 innings pitched. He's allowed 96 hits, 39 runs. 39 have been earned. He's walked 34 and struck out 83, and he's got an ERA of 2.85. Well, that's your starting lineup for the Seibu Lions. Now for the home team from Fukuoka. Leading off and playing third base is number 23, Yukio Shudo. Batting second and playing second base is number 68, Masaki Momori. Hitting third and playing shortstop is number 6, Kenta Imamiya. And the cleanup spot in right field is number 9, Yuki Yanagita. Batting fifth and doing the designated hitting is number 54, Alfredo Despaigne. Hitting sixth and in center field is number 36, Taisi Makihara. Batting seventh and in left field is number 27, Yurizabel Graciel. Hitting eighth at first base is number 31, Tomoya Masaki. And batting ninth and doing the catching is number 19, Takuya Kai. And they are going to be facing the left-hander, the American Dietrich Enns, who takes a 10-6 record to the hill. He's worked 111 innings. He's allowed 90 hits, 37 runs, 33 of which have been earned. He has walked 36 and struck out 82. Well, the game is about 2 minutes away from getting going, and we'll be bringing you all the calls and all the action in just a couple moments. The Hawks are taking the field. We'll be back right after this with the start of this one. Hang tight, everybody. We appreciate you whether you listen live or on delay. Whether you're on Twitch or on YouTube, we'll be back in just a couple moments. Welcome back, everybody. We are going to be giving you the game tonight between the Seibu Lions and the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks. This is the first of a 3-game set between these ball clubs. It is a rare Monday baseball game in Japan. There are 5 games on the docket today. There are 3 that are going to be played in the Pacific League as the Hokkaido Nippon Ham Fighters and Chiba Lotte Marines will be going at it from Chiba. It'll be the Oryx Buffaloes and the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles, and the Seibu Seibu Lions and Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks, of course, in this one here tonight. In the Central League, there's only 2 games on the slate. The Tokyo Yakult Swallows will be facing the Yokohama Danabe Stars. The Chinichi Dragons and the Hanshin Tigers will go at it at the Koshin Stadium in Osaka. But this is the ball game here for tonight, and we are going to be trying to get to you every night this week, a full slate of games at our end. So we will be making the calls tonight and again tomorrow evening as well. So the starter for the Hawks is on the mound. That's Higashiyama, as he is taking his 9-6 record to the bump. He has been quietly effective so far this year. Over his last 5 games, he's posted a 1.83 ERA, which has been better than his season average of 2.85. And so he is going to be taking over here. He is also, over the last 5 starts, certainly versus the Lions this year, he has really faced them and pitched very well. He has gone deep in pretty much every game he's pitched. He's given them at least 5+ innings. He's got 1 complete game. He's also been up around the 90 to 100 pitch mark, so we would expect something similar here tonight for the Fukuoka right-hander. So he has just completed his warm-up tosses, and we are ready to get this one underway as the Hawks are throwing the ball around the infield. And this is game number 1 of the 3-game set. So it's going to be Gakuto Wakabayashi, Suzuki Genda, and Tomoya Mori, the 1-2-3 hitters in the batting order, to come to bat to face the right-hander from Fukuoka. Well, for Wakabayashi on the season, he's batting .207. He's got no homers and 3 runs batted in. As the right-hander rocks into the motion and he kicks and delivers. Here's the first pitch of the ball game. It's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Wakabayashi getting the nod in the leadoff spot here tonight. He has not produced like he did last year. He didn't have a ton of playing time in the 2021 season, as he swings at a fastball and misses, and the count is now 0-2 to Wakabayashi. The 24-year-old is getting the nod here tonight in right field. He had some limited duties last year, and he was very impressive. This year, he has not flashed the same impressiveness as he had last year. There's a breaking ball swung on his tap slowly over to third, and this time they're going to try to let it roll foul, and it's going to stay fair and hit the base. As Yukio Shudo was waiting, he didn't have a play over at first because the ball was chopped down to get the speedy Wakabayashi, so he was letting it roll toward the first baseline, that it ended up rolling and hitting the bag at third. And that is going to be an infield single for Wakabayashi to start the ball game. So the Lions have got something going here right out of the gate, and that's going to bring up the shortstop, Suzuki Genda. Well, for Genda on the season, he's hitting .277. He's got a couple of homers and 17 RBIs. He gets the nod at the shortstop position tonight. The left-handed hitting captain of the ball club is getting his practice swings, and he's ready to get going here to face the righty Higashiyama. Higashiyama gets the sign from his catcher Mori, and he works to the set position. Now he throws over to first base, and diving back in time as the base runner Wakabayashi. They were looking probably more so for the bunt. Usually you see that with the pitchers when they fire over to first base. They're trying to read the hands, and Suzuki Genda is one of those ones who can bunt, but he does not show early. Here's the pitch. It is a fastball that misses down and away, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. I also find it fascinating when you look into the Lions dugout that the coaches, not just the manager, but one of the other coaches, is flashing signs. So they have dual signs being relayed over to the third base coach. So 1 ball and no strikes to Genda, as the right-hander Higashiyama works to the set position. And here he kicks and fires. It's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike it is. The last pitch was a 2-seam fastball. It was more of that variety. The ball had some arm side run to it. It looked like it was starting off over the plate, and it moved away from the left-handed batter Genda. So here's the 1-1 offering as the right-hander now works set. He checks the runner over at first base, and he kicks and delivers. It is a Split finger pitch that is swung on and tapped foul right at home plate. That's going to run the count to 1-2 on Genda. As we mentioned at the top of the stream, it's a battle of the first place clubs here. There's 3 teams tied for first. There's only percentage points that separate the top club from number 2 and number 3. Right now it is the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks who have a .528 winning percentage. And their percentage, if you keep going to the right of those numbers, it's just slightly ahead of the Seibu Lions. The Lions, of course, are tied with them as well. And then you've got the Oryx Buffaloes, who are a percentage point behind. They're at .527, but all tied in terms of the being games behind one another. There's a fastball that misses outside. The count's now 2-2 to Genda. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. And 2.5 back are the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles. They have not played good baseball, at least in my opinion, over the last, I'd say probably since that big winning streak that they had earlier in the year of 14 games. Here's the 2-2 offering. There goes the runner. It's a fastball swung on and fouled away. It's going to reach the seats behind the home plate area at third base side, and it's going to keep the count at 2-2 to Genda. So they put the runner at Wakabayashi in motion. He can run. He's got 3 stolen bases in limited attempts. So the Lions here looking to get to the starter, Higashiyama, early in this one. I commented the other night when we saw the Hawks play that every time we do a Fukuoka game, a game takes forever to play. We'll have to see how this one plays out on the rare Monday baseball in Japan. Here comes the 2-2 pitch as the right-hander delivers. It's a fastball swung on and fouled away. The count remains at 2 balls and 2 strikes to Genda. Our friend Tony asked the question, how many outs? It's only the second batter of the inning. We got a runner at first and nobody gone. As our friend Tony is in the house tonight. Welcome back again. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to Genda. The left-handed hitter waiting on the offering here from Higashiyama, who gets his sign from his catcher Kai. He works to the set position and he fires over to first, and diving back in time is Wakabayashi. The Hawks here are definitely going to have the advantage being at home, and this is in the friendly confines of the PayPay Dome. The first of the 3 games set. We did see Dietrich Enns pitch about a couple of weeks ago against the same ball club, and he was very effective. There's a fastball taken for a called third strike. Genda stood there and watched that one go by for out number 1 here in the first inning. That's going to retire him, and that'll bring up the designated hitter, Tomoya Mori. So there's that 2-seam fastball again by the starter, Higashiyama. It starts inside under the hands of Genda, but it had that arm side run that ended up coming back across the inside corner. And that is able to retire Genda for the first out of the inning, and that'll bring up Tomoya Mori. Certainly when you teach young hitters to hit, or younger hitters that are playing the game at a little bit better level, you always talk about looking away and reacting in, looking away and reacting in. And certainly if you get called out on a strike, that's the one that you're probably going to get called out on. You never want to get called out on something that's middle and away. As they throw the ball over to first base, and diving back in time is Wakabayashi. Keeping an eye on the speedy right fielder because he is the threat to run. As Higashiyama gets his sign from his catcher, Takuya Kai, he works to the set position. Here's the first offering to Mori. It's a fastball that misses down, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes to Tomoya Mori. Be interesting to see the approach of the plate tonight for the Lions, if they're really going to work and make the right-hander battle. As we said in the appearances this year against the Lions, he's had already a number of starts. This is his 6th start of the year versus the Seibu Lions. As the right-hander works set and now delivers, it's a fastball that misses off the outside corner, and the count's now 2-2. And each of those starts, at least 90 pitches he's been able to give the Hawks, including 1 complete game. And here comes the 2-0 offering now to Mori, as ready to go again, but Higashia has reached for the rosin bag. So we were talking about this the other night when the pitcher for the Hawks was going in relief, Fuji, just how long he takes in between pitches. Here's the 2-0, and it's a fastball swung on. The runner is off to the races. It is grounded softly to the shortstop, Imamiya. He fields it and throws to first. And Mori is going to be retired on a ground out 6-3. For the second out of the inning, it's going to advance Wakabayashi over to second. So he moves into scoring position, and that'll bring up the first baseman, Otaka Yamakawa. Well, for Yamakawa, he is the Pacific home run leader. He's got 38 homers and 82 runs batted into his name. The big fella is having himself a wonderful season this year. He's batting .263. There's nobody really close. I know Hideo Asamura of the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles hit his 25th the other night. There was quite the separation between the right-handed hitting Yamakawa and pretty much everybody else. So here comes the offering from the right-hander. Kicks and delivers. There's a fastball that misses down for ball one, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. Just as a programming note, we are going to be making some calls again over the next little bit. We're going to try to get games in every single day this week. We haven't decided yet on our platform if we're going to call these same two teams tomorrow night. There's a fastball swung on and missed. The count goes to 1-1 on Yamakawa. So be sure to check, and we'll also probably be posting the game up about an hour or so before we do it to give everybody an idea of which ones we're going to be calling. So be sure to check in if you're looking around for action tomorrow night. So middle of the night baseball in North America. It is 6 o'clock local time in Japan, or just shortly thereafter. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Yamakawa as he's waiting here on the delivery from the right-hander Higashiyama, who holds set and now delivers. It's a fastball that misses inside, and the count is now 2-1. Defensively tonight for the Fukuoka Ball Club, from left to right across your YouTube screen, it is in left field, Isabel Graciel, the center fielder. And this one is Taisi Makihara, the right fielder. It's the start tonight is Yuki Yanagita. As here comes the 2-1 offering now to Yamakawa. As the right-hander Higashiyama gets his sign from his catcher. He checks the runner at second, Wakabayashi, and now he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on tap foul over the third base coach's box. Counts 2-2 down to Yamakawa. Around the horn for the Hawks from first to third, it is Tomoya Masaki getting the start tonight at first base. The second baseman is Masaki Momori. At shortstop, it is Kenta Imamiya, and the third baseman's Yukio Shudo. Of course, the battery is Higashiyama, and the catcher is Takuya Kai. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to Yamakawa. He's waiting on the offering from Higashiyama. Right-hander against the right-hander, and the Fukuoka pitcher comes set. Checks the runner at second base. And now he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball that misses inside. The count now is 3-2 to Yamakawa. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. Yamakawa will be followed by Shohei Suzuki should he reach safely. I know that the starter there, Higashiyama, really wanted that pitch. He got the replay of it, but he did miss off the inside corner. So 3 balls and 2 strikes as the right-hander gets his sign from his catcher, Tomoya Mori. He works to the set, checks the runner at second, and now he kicks and delivers. It is a breaking ball swung on and is fouled off to Takuya Kai, and he is down in some pain. Boy, did that hurt. Looks like it may have caught him just below the chest protector as the trainer has come out to check on him. And it looks like he's going to be all right. So 3 balls and 2 strikes that remains to Yamakawa. We have ourselves a full count, and we'll do it all over again here as the right-hander gets his sign from his catcher. And he's ready to deliver again to Yamakawa. As he works to the set, he checks the runner at second base. Here's the pitch from Higashiyama. It's a breaking ball swung on. It is lifted into shallow left center field. Racing in on it is the center fielder, Makihara, and he's going to make the catch. And that is going to do it here in the first inning for the Lions. Well, the Lions got a leadoff single from Wakabayashi, but they strand him. There was no runs in the inning. There was that hit, no errors, and one runner left aboard. We're now through a half inning. It is the lock right now. Nothing, everybody. Lions against the Hawks. We'll be back in a moment with the call at the bottom of the first inning after this. Welcome back, everybody. It is Dietrich Enns who is going to be starting for the Lions tonight. The left-hander has not gone more than 6 innings in any of his last 5 starts. But he did give a good start, certainly from the Lions in his last outing. This is his 4th start against the Hawks this year. He has gone 5, 4 and a third innings and 6 innings against his Fukuoka opponents. He is ready to get things underway as he's going to face Yukio Shudo with the first pitch. It's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. One of the knocks I would have on Dietrich Enns is his pitch efficiency. In some of the games, he really hasn't been able to take it into the deeper parts of the ball game because he just wastes too many pitches. There's a fastball taken for a called strike. And the count is now 0-2. And I say that because he's missing something just on either on his fastball or his breaking ball. He just can't seem to put hitters away. He's always good for about 3 or 4 at-bats from the opposition where they take him deep into counts. And it's ratcheting up his pitch out throughout the game. As there is a fastball that misses upstairs, and the count's now 1-2 to Shudo. But if he can keep his pitch efficiency in check tonight, he might be able to give the Lions a much-needed and a deeper start than anticipated. So here comes the 1-2 pitch. It is a breaking ball that misses down and away, and the count's now 2-2. So there's a prime example. Ahead of the count 0-2 to Shudo. And the next 2 pitches are balls, but they're not just balls. They're balls that miss wildly. The fastball that was upstairs and now the slider that's down, way down and away. And none of them would induce a swing from the hitter. And there's a breaking ball swung on and fouled away. And the count is now 2-2. So if Dietrich Enns can clean up some of those wasted pitches, it can be very, very entertaining. So we have D. Chung in the house, and he says, where can I know the live result? And I'm not 100% sure I know what he means because we are giving you the commentary. This is the live action right here. Here's the 2-2 pitch. It's a fastball swung on. It is lined up the middle into center field past the diving shortstop Genda, and that is going to be a base hit for Shudo as he is aboard to lead off the bottom of the first inning, and that's going to bring up the second baseman, Masaki Momori. Now, what I can do is I can give you a website that allows you to be able to see the stats as they happen, but it is always a little bit of a drag behind. You can also get to the NPB website itself. If your Japanese is pretty good, you'll be able to see that. It was a good effort by Genda, by the way, on the diving play to his left. It went off his glove and deflected into center field. But that was a well-struck ball by Shudo, so now he's the runner at first. He is a threat to run. He's got 1 foot on the turf and 1 on the dirt. He's got 18 stolen bases on the year. So batting right now is Memori, and he squares the bunt, and he pulls back on the fastball that misses outside, and the count is 1-0. Masaki Memori is batting .257 on the year. He's got 7 homers and 31 RBIs. As the runner gets his lead over at first base, does Shudo. So 1 foot on the turf and 1 foot on the grass. As the lefty ends, fires over to first, and diving back in time is Shudo. So they've already tipped their hat a little bit here as Memori is squaring to bunt. One would think that this is going to have all the potential for a low-scoring ball game with these 2 arms on the mound. As the catcher flashes his signs, ends holds set. And again, he throws over to first base, and again, diving back in time is Shudo. So 1 ball and no strikes here to Memori with nobody gone in the bottom of the first inning. Again, Shudo establishes his lead. Looks like he's got even a healthier lead this time. He's got almost both feet onto the turf. Here's the pitch as the hitter squares the bunt. It's back to the pitcher. Ends fields it. He throws to first, and that's going to retire Memori. It's going to be a sacrifice. It's going to go in the books as 1-4 for the first out of the inning. Advancing over to second is Yukio Shudo. And that is going to bring up the shortstop, Kenta Imamiya. Well, for Imamiya, he's having a great season this year. He's batting .296. He's got 6 homers and 35 RBIs. The normally reliable soft hand shortstop has been dropped into the 3-hole lately. We've seen him in that spot a couple of times over the last couple of weeks. But he normally is slated in the 2 spot for his bat control and ability to be able to push runners along. So he steps to the plate, batting from the right side against the lefty Dietrich Enns. He waggles the bat as Enns checks the runner Shudo at second, and now he kicks and delivers a fastball that's taken for a called strike. Count is 0-1. That pitch was a little high up the ladder. The whole plate umpire tonight is, for what we've seen, as a liberal strike zone. It's been a little bit wide for both of the pitchers and a little bit tall as well. So no balls and 1 strike to Kenta Imamiya. And here's the offering from Enns. It's a fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count now goes to 0-2. Defensively tonight for the Seibu Lions, from left to right across your YouTube channel. In left field, it is Brian O'Grady, the center fielder. Tonight getting the nod is Shohei Suzuki, and in right field, it is Kikuto Wakabayashi. Around the horn from first to third, it's Hataka Yamakawa at first. The second baseman is Nin-Ting Wu. It is Suzuki Genda at short and Shota Hiranuma at third. As here comes the 0-2 pitch from Enns. It's a fastball that misses outside, and the count is 1-2. Now that pitch that we've taken away, so it's induced a swing from Imamiya. And if he's going to be effective tonight, he's going to have to be able to get those type of swings. Also is going to have to be able to retire the side in order a few times as well, as that's been a challenge for Enns. Always seems to let a runner get on base and can't quite get the side in order. There's a fastball that misses inside, and the count's now 2-2. That pitch was up and in. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. The battery, of course, tonight for the Lions is Senisuge is behind the plate catching Enns. As we wrap up our tour of the Alliance defense. So here's the 2-2 pitch, and there's a fastball swung on, and it's fouled straight back. And the count remains at 2-2 to Imamiya. And so another thing that we'd like to see, or I think the Lions would like to see from Dietrich Enns, would be to limit the amount of pitches, certainly per inning. We saw a game the other night, and it was the starter, Kodai Senga, who went for the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks, and he was up around 20 pitches almost every single inning he took to the hill. And here's the pitch. It is a breaking ball that misses down, and now the count goes to 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes to Imamiya. Dietrich Enns has given a nice shot in the arm for the Seibu Lions. terms of their import players, Brian O'Grady this year has been decent. O'Grady has getting the start in left field, and when I say he's been decent, he's been showing some pop in the stick. As the hitter, Brian O'Grady, has 15 homers, so that helps the cause for the Seibu Seibu Lions, the impact of their import players. They have to be as good or better than the players that they have. And there's a fastball that misses up and away. That's going to be ball 4 as Imamiya is going to get himself a base on balls. So now the Hawks have got runners at first and second, and it's going to bring up the right fielder, Yuki Yanagita. Well, when we called the game the other night, it was Yuki Yanagita who went the other way at the Kyocera Dome in Osaka to put a 3 spot on the board for the Hawks. So he's up in a similar situation here as the runner Shudo is at second and Imamiya is at first. Yanagita is batting .264. He's got 9 homers and 29 runs batted in this year. Yeah, the first pitch delivered is a breaking ball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Check that. He's got 18 homers and 66 RBIs this year. I've got on my notes that I'm not sure whose notes I have on that one for .264. That's actually Alfredo Despania. There's a fastball swung on. This is lifted up onto the left side of the infield. And that is going to retire Yanagita for the second out of the inning. As that ball has been hauled in, it was a high fastball. It came inside, caught him on the fists. It was just a little looper over to the third baseman. And that is going to retire Yanagita for the second out of the inning. And that is going to bring up Alfredo Despania. Lots of scoring around the NPB already tonight in the other games, and we'll keep you updated on those scores as we move along in this one. Despania waiting here on the first offering from Dietrich Enns. Despania is the one hitting .264 with the 9 homers and 29 RBIs. As he waggles the bat, waiting on the offering from the lefty, who kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball that misses down for ball 1, and the count is 1-0. The Tokyo Yakult Swallows jumped out to a 1-0 lead in the top of the first inning. It's the Yokohama Dana Bay Stars. It was a home run by Katsuda Yamada that got the Swallows on the board 1-0. And the Chinichi Dragons have a 1-0 lead over the Hanshin Tigers. There's a fastball that misses outside to Despania, and the count's now 2-0. Chinichi scored a run in their half of the first inning. It was out of a manufactured variety, as Okabayashi scored on a base hit single by Dan Visayedo, former Chicago White Sox. There's a fastball taken for a called strike on the outside corner, and the count's now 2-1 to Despania. So 2 balls and 1 strike it is. Games in the Pacific League, and again, scoring all over the place. The Chibalote Marines got a run in the bottom half of their first inning against the Hokkaido Nippon Ham Fighters tonight. It was a leadoff triple by Takashi Ogino. There's a fastball that misses up and away, and we're now 3-1 to Despania. And Akito Takabe knocked him in with an RBI single, and that is 1-0 for Chiba. And the Oryx Buffaloes jumped out in front on the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles. Game was in the top of the second inning. It was Yuma Tongu who hit a solo shot at the top of the second for the Buffaloes this evening. So everybody's got a run except this one. So here's the 3-1 offering now to Despania. There's 2 gone here in the bottom of the first inning. And here's the pitch. It is a breaking ball swung on. It is popped up into shallow right center field. Moving back on it is the second baseman, Ning-Ting Wu. And he's going to make the catch. And that is going to do it here for the Hawks in their half of the first inning. Well, there was no runs in the inning. There was a hit, no errors, and 2 Hawks left the board. We're now through 1 complete. It is the Lions no score and the Hawks no score. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call at the top of the second inning when we return. We got Vipulin in the house. We welcome you for being here. We'll be back in just a couple moments. We appreciate you guys for jumping in here with us tonight. Hang tight. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the 5, 6, and 7 hitters to come to bat for the Seibu Lions here in the top of the second inning. That means Shohei Suzuki, Brian O'Grady, and Sena Suge to face the right-hander now Higashiyama. Higashiyama had given up a infield single to Wakabayashi to begin the ball game, and then he retired the next 3 batters he faced. So here he is ready to face Shohei Suzuki for the first time tonight as he kicks and delivers a fastball that's taken at the knees for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. For Suzuki, he's batting .254 on the year. He's got a homer and 12 RBIs. We've seen him a little bit more frequently in the lineup. He's been hitting in the leadoff spot. He has dropped down into the 5 spot in the order, and there's a fastball that misses inside, and the count is 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Suzuki. As he waggles the bat, here comes the offering from Higashiyama. It's a fastball swung on. It is grounded slowly over to the right side. It is fielded by the first baseman, Masaki. He flips it to the pitcher covering. That's going to go down as a ground out 3-1 for the first out of the inning. So 1 up and 1 away, and that'll bring up the left fielder, Brian O'Grady. Well, for O'Grady, we mentioned in the first inning when Dietrich Enns was pitching about how he has provided them some much-needed power in their order. He's batting .220. He's got 15 homers and 46 runs batted in. We were commenting on some of the import players that the Lions had over the last couple of years, and one of the players was Corey Spangenberg, who is currently in the St. Louis Cardinal organization. And Spangenberg, a lot of strikeouts and not a lot of production. So there's a breaking ball that misses down and away, and the count is 1-0. But with Brian O'Grady, his batting average is maybe not where he'd like it to be, but certainly the power numbers are playing out. And there's a breaking ball that misses down and in. The count's now 2-0. I think with a decent month of September, one would have to think if the opportunity came for O'Grady to re-up again, he would probably take it. He's getting a chance to play every day. It's not an easy league, the NPB, for some guys. There's a 2-0 pitch that misses upstairs, and the count's now 3-0. So 3 balls and no strikes to O'Grady. O'Grady had spent time in the Kansas City Royals and San Diego Padres organization at the big league level. So here comes the 3-0 offering as the left-handed hitter waiting on the delivery from the right-hander who kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is now 3-1. So 3 balls and 1 strike. As we mentioned before, we're going to do another one tomorrow night. And every day this week in the middle of the night, North American time, there's a fastball that misses outside. And O'Grady draws himself a 1-out walk, is going to put him aboard, and that'll bring up the catcher, Sena Suge. Well, for Suge, on the season, he's batting a 180. He's got a homer and 5 RBIs as he's giving Tomoya Mori the night off from behind the plate. I watched the young fella catch. He's been one of the better options, but teams do like to run on the Lions when it's not Tomoya Mori back there. And Suge is one of those ones that they will challenge. We did the game the other night in the Seibu Lions. There was a couple attempts against this young catcher. Hard to replace a guy like Mori behind the plate. Mori has a much more potent bat at this point. So here comes the first pitch to Suge. It's a fastball taken for a called strike. The count is 0-1, so no balls and 1 strike. The right-handed hitting Suge waggles his bat, waiting on the offering here from Higashiyama, who checks the runner at first. He works to the set position, and now he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on, and it is lifted foul over on the first base side, and now Suge is in the hole at 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes to him. Just catching up on our notes from the last half inning where I had made the mistake with Yuki Yanagita's doubled up on Alfredo Despaigne. So we're just making our notes on him. There's a split finger pitch, swung on and missed. And Suge is down on strikes for the second out of the inning. That's the second strikeout of the ball game for Higashiyama. He's now got 2 in the books, and that is going to bring up the second baseman, Nin-Ting Wu. Well, for Nin-Ting Wu, he steps to the plate. He's hitting .233 with 5 homers and 25 runs batted in. Wu batting from the left side against the right-handed throwing Higashiyama. He waggles the bat. Wu getting the start at second base. Another sign here, no Shota Tanasaki, although Tanasaki's not having the best of years at the plate. There's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. I'm sure they do miss the top of the order presence of Tanasaki, as well as his usually reliable defensive play. Ting Wu, we've seen him at first and at third base on different occasions. Here comes the 0-1 offering now from the right-hander Higashiyama, who delivers a fastball swung on and fouled away, and now the count is 0-2. Wu is now deep in the hole. It was sort of a breakout year for Nin-Ting Wu last year. The NPB, he got a chance to get a little bit more regular playing time. He's been with the Seibu club since 2016, but last year, the most plate appearances in his career, he had 478. And he rewarded the Seibu Ball Club with 10 homers and 48 RBIs. His production's a bit down this year, but so is his playing time. There's a fastball that misses outside, and the count's now 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes it is. Say always at the professional level in North America, it's about 1,500 at-bats to get an idea of what the player will look like. Well, in his career, he's at 879, but he has had progress as the left-handed hitter. And there's a fastball swung on. This ball is belted into deep left center field, racing back onto the warning track, and you can't make the catch as Graciel. It's down, it's off the wall, and cruising into second is going to be Nin-Ting Wu, and coming around to score all the way from first base is Brian O'Grady. That is more than likely going to be a double. Graciel leapt up to try to catch it, and as he went off his glove as he slammed into the wall, and that was allowing the runner to score all the way from first. We'll get the replay of this one as the left fielder went back. As he leapt, it looked like it went off his glove, and then he wasn't able to come up with it. Good thing backing up on the play was the center fielder, Makihara, who was able to get it in. Nice play by him. So Nin-Ting Wu has got himself an RBI and a double. That is going to bring up Shota Hiranuma. So the Lions have taken the lead here 1-0 in the top half of the second inning with a double by Nin-Ting Wu. So Higashiyama gets the sign from his catcher Kai as he's ready to face Hiranuma for the first time, and it's a fastball that misses down for ball 1, and the count is 1-0. So the Lions strike first here in the second inning. First blood for the Seibu club. Our friend TYN in the house, he says the Hawks for the win. He says, did he just jinx them? It might be the case. We welcome TYN in the house tonight. Thanks for popping in. Here comes the 1-0 pitch as the right-hander delivers. It is a split finger pitch swung on and fouled away, and the count is now 1-1 to Hiranuma. Hiranuma batting .231 on the year with no homers and an RBI. We've seen him in the action here a little bit lately. He's been given an opportunity. Hiranuma did play in the game the other night. As a former Hokkaido Nippon Ham fighter, he came to the Lions club last year. Most he's ever played in a season, about 180 some odd plate appearances. There's a fastball swung on it, is lifted into straightaway center field. Moving over underneath it is the center fielder Makihara, and he makes the catch. And that is going to do it, and that will retire the Lions for the third out of the inning. Well, the Lions open the scoring in this one. Got a run in the inning on the RBI double by Nin-Ting Wu. There was 1 run, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 runner left aboard. We're now through 1.5. It is the Seibu Seibu Lions 1 and the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks no score. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a couple moments with the call. The bottom of the second inning after this, and maybe TYN will stop jinxing his ball club. So we appreciate you guys for being here. One nothing Lions, everybody. We'll be back with the call at the bottom of the second after this. Hang tight. Welcome back, everybody. We are moving now to the bottom of the second inning. It's going to be Taisi Makihara, Yurizabel Graciel, and Tomoya Masaki, the 6, 7, and 8 hitters in the batting order to come to bat to face the left-hander Dietrich Enns. Enns off to a decent start as he was able to get himself out of a bit of a pickle in the first inning as he had 2 on and only 1 out. So that is going to be his mantra, how he's going to be able to effectively use his pitches. He had 22 pitches in the first inning. The first pitch is a breaking ball, take it for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. That's what we were mentioning tonight is kind of the theme of the evening, is that Enns is going to have to be pitch efficient, especially if he's going to get deeper than the 6th inning. He hasn't done that in many of his earlier starts. There's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is 1-1. As we said about missing with his balls, he needs to do a better job of cleaning up how he misses. Remember Greg Maddux said one time, it's an art to make your balls look like strikes and your strikes to look like balls. There was a fastball swung on, it's fouled away as he came up and into Makihara. Pitch there looked like Makihara was trying to guess the left-hander was going to offer. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. As the lefty Enns now gets his sign from his catcher. He works to the set position. Now he kicks and delivers. It is a breaking ball swung on and missed. And Makihara is retired on strikes. That's the first one in the books for Dietrich Enns. That is going to bring up the left fielder, Yurizabel Graciel. While Graciel on the season is batting .276, he's got 7 homers and 29 RBIs. Definitely not known for his defensive prowess, and that showed up here in the first inning. That was a difficult play. They did award a double to Ning-Ting Wu, but definitely that is one of those plays that maybe a better fielding left fielder would have been able to make that play on, as he takes a first pitch fastball for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. The veteran Cuban, batting here against the lefty Enns, who delivers a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is 0-2. I don't know if that was the spot that Enns was trying to hit. It looked like he did miss his spot as the catcher was set up inside, and he was fortunate to get the call on the outside corner. So no balls and 2 strikes to Graciel, and here comes the 0-2 from Enns. He kicks and delivers. It's a fastball that just misses off the outside corner, and the count now goes to 1-2. Now, those are the type of pitches that Enns is going to have to clean up with, which was actually good. That was a fastball that just missed off the outside corner. Good discipline there by Graciel to hold off on that one. So 1 ball and 2 strikes as Enns works to the set position and now delivers. It's a fastball that misses upstairs. They appealed out to the first base umpire, and they say Graciel went around, and he's going to be retired for the second out of the inning. So 2 up and 2 away, both via the strikeout. It's going to bring up the rookie Tomoya Masaki. Well, Masaki getting the nod tonight in this one at first base. He's batting .255 on the year with a couple of homers and a couple of RBIs. His limited play. Here's the first pitch. It is a breaking ball that misses down and in. The count's 1-0. Some more scoring around the NPB. In the bottom of the first, the Hanshin Tigers responded with a run of their own against the Chinichi Dragons. They've evened the score at 1. And here comes the pitch. It is a fastball that misses inside. They appeal to the first base umpire, but they say Masaki didn't go around, and it's now 2-0. It was Nakano who had a base hit. He later came around and scored by the base hit single from Oyama, and that's even the score. That one's between the Tigers and the Chinichi Dragons. Here's the pitch. It is a breaking ball that misses down, and the count's now 3-0 to Masaki. Not sure why ends is, this is what we talked about before. It's the efficiency of facing the hitters. You got the 8-hole hitter at the plate, and you're messing around after getting the first two via the strikeout. And here's the pitch. It's a fastball. Take it for a called strike, and the count's now 3-1. You do a better job of going after the 8-hole hitter here and making everybody show why he's hitting in the 8 spot. It's not like he's the cleanup hitter or the number 3 guy. Make him do the work. So 3 balls and 1 strike as Ends holds set, and now he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on and fouled away. The count remains at counts now 3 balls and 2 strikes to Masaki. So Ends looking to come all the way back. Masaki has 1 foot right up on the chalk line. The other foot is slightly open as he's waiting here on the offering from the lefty Ends, who holds at the set position, and now he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball. Take it for a called third strike. And Masaki has gone on strikes for the 3rd out of the inning. All of the outs come via the strikeout, and Dietrich Ends strikes out the side with no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left the board. We're now through 2 complete in Fukuoka. It is the Saitama Seibu Lions 1, the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks no score. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call in just a couple moments. Appreciate you guys ducking in here tonight. Be right back after this. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the top of the 3rd inning happening here as the Saitama Seibu Lions are coming to bat. It is going to be Gakuto Wakabayashi, Suzuki Genda, and Tomoya Mori to face the right-hander now, Higashiyama, as the Hawks were retired in order there by Dietrich Ends. In that last half inning, he struck out the side. So Wakabayashi, Genda, and Mori here to get things going for the Hawks. In this one, we had mentioned before that we are going to be back on the airwaves again tomorrow night. The question is what game and what time, and that will be to be determined. So hopefully you guys can make it up for some midweek Japanese baseball. It's a rare Monday game in Japan as these 2 clubs are facing off. It's 5 games that are on the slate, and as we said, we'll keep you updated on the out-of-town scoreboard, as it is every game now has at least a run, if not more, in it. So it'll be interesting to keep the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles have evened the score in the top of the 4th inning, or in the bottom of the 3rd inning against the Oryx Buffaloes. That game is now in the top of the 4th. It's a run scored by Okajima, and there is the first pitch delivered to Wakabayashi. It's a breaking ball swung on and missed, and the count is quickly 0-1. So Gakuto Wakabayashi reached on a single back in the 1st inning. It was a dribbler down the 3rd base line that ended up just staying fair and then hitting the bag at 3rd base. It was a breaking ball taken for a called strike. The count is now 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. The right-hander rocks into the motion. He goes from the windup and delivers. It's a breaking ball swung on and tap foul over just past the first base coach's box. And the count remains at 0-2 to Wakabayashi. So no balls and 2 strikes. Wakabayashi, then Genda, then Mori here to face the right-hander in the top of the 3rd inning. The Lions have that 1-0 lead as they opened the scoring in the 2nd. There's a fastball swung on and missed. And Wakabayashi goes down on strikes for the first out of the inning. That's number 3 in the books now for Yashiyama. That'll bring up the shortstop, Suzuki Genda. Well, Genda was one of the first strikeout victims, or was the first strikeout victim by Higashiyama in this one. He's 0 for 1 tonight. He got called out on strikes. Looking at a fastball back in the 1st inning. And here's the first offering from the right-hander who delivers a fastball. It's swung on, its lined right to the 3rd baseman, Yukio Shudo. He hit that ball right on the screws, but the 3rd baseman was right there. And that is going to retire Genda for the 2nd out of the inning. So 2 up and 2 away, and that's going to leave it all up to the designated hitter, Tomoya Mori. I was saying at the outset of this one, being able to retire the side will help both of these pitchers maintain their pitch efficiency. 43 pitches now for the right-hander from Fukuoka. Now Tomoya Mori digs himself in, and he's ready to face the right-hander for the 2nd time tonight. And here's the pitch. It is a breaking ball that just misses a bit low for ball 1. The count's 1-0. Mori's 0 for 1 tonight. He grounded to the shortstop his first time up. As he's waiting here on the offering from the right-hander who kicks and delivers. It is a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is now 1-1. Talked about that liberal strike zone. That pitch was definitely up in the zone. But he does get the call, does the right-hander for Fukuoka. And here comes the offering. It is a breaking ball swung on, and it's lifted foul down the left field line, and that's going to run the count to 1-2 on Mori. One thing I'll say about both of these ball clubs with regards to their hitting, when some of the players are going strong and then when they start to slow down, others have been picking the slack up for them this year. Certainly that is the case in the Fukuoka lineup. And there's a fastball taken for a called 3rd strike. Mori stood there like the house by the side of the road and watched it go by for out number 3. That's the 4th strikeout in the book by Higashiyama. And the Lions go quickly and quietly here in their half of the 3rd. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left aboard. We're through 2.5. It is a 1-0 lead for the Seibu Lions. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call at the bottom of inning number 3 when we return. Hang tight. We appreciate you being here. Welcome back, everybody. We're going to the bottom of the 3rd inning, and it's going to be the 9, 1, and 2 hitters in the batting order coming up for Fukuoka. That means Takuya Kai, Yukio Shudo, and Masaki Momori to face the left-hander Dietrich Gens, who's coming back for his 3rd inning of work. Gens punched out the side in order on strikes back in the 2nd inning as he retired Akihara, Graciel, and Masaki. So he comes back onto the hill here, ready to face Takuya Kai to begin the bottom half of the third inning. For Kai, he's hitting 194. He's got no homers and 22 runs batted in. He takes a first pitch breaking ball upstairs for ball one, and the count is 1-0. Kai has been getting beat up behind the plate tonight, and we saw him on the weekend, and he took a couple of foul balls there as well. The tools of ignorance by the catcher is there's a fastball that misses up and away, and the count is 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes to Takuya Kai. Ends 36 pitches through his 2 innings of work, and as we said, we'll be keeping an eye on his workload here tonight and his efficiency. There's a fastball that catches the outside corner, and the count now goes to 2-1. Certainly he needs more innings like the first one. He's only gone to full counts on 2 of the 8 hitters he's faced. Need to keep that down. Certainly the Lions have one of the better bullpens in the NPB, as do the Hawks. There's a fastball swung on it, is lifted foul over on the first base side. Racing over is Maury. There's a lot of real estate. That ball is going to get into the seats, and that's going to run the count now to 2-2 on Kai. Check that. It's Setasuge who's the catcher. I always want to say it's Maury because Maury is the regular. Maury has the job as the designated hitter tonight in this one. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to Takuya Kai. As he's waiting here, his ends did not like the baseball that he received, and now he's getting another one to rub it up. Some more scoring on that out-of-town scoreboard. The Chibalote Marines have added a run in the bottom of the third against the Hokkaido Nippon Ham Fighters. And here's the pitch. It is a breaking ball swung on. It is pop foul over on the first base side. The count remains at 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Second run was Takashi Ojino had walked, and then Takabe had a base hit single, and then it was Shogo Nakamura who had a sacrifice fly to bring home Ojino with the second run of the ball game. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away, and Takuya Kai is giving Dietrich Enns quite the battle here now. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Both of these 2 ball clubs, as we said at the outset, are perched atop of the Pacific League as well as the Oryx Buffaloes. All 3 teams locked in at first place. Only 2.5 games separate those first place clubs and the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles. As fastball misses up and away, and it's now 3-2 to Kai. As Dietrich Enns is about ready to make his 8th pitch here to the right-handed hitting catcher. As Kai waggles the bat, and here's the offering. It is a breaking ball that just misses upstairs. It's going to be ball 4. That's going to be the second free pass issued tonight by Dietrich Enns, and that is going to bring up the top of the order in Yukio Shudo. Well, Shudo tonight, he's 1 for 1. He had a base hit single up the middle to begin the ball game back in the first inning. So Shudo steps to the plate. He's batting on the season now. He's got 5 homers and 12 RBIs. He's raised his batting average up to 286 with that knockback in the first inning. It's from the left side against the left-handed throwing Enns, and Enns throws over to first base, and diving back in time is Kai. Have to keep our eye on Shudo here. It is a sacrifice type situation. He definitely has that in his repertoire. So here comes the first offering now to the lefty Shudo as Enns delivers. It's a fastball that misses up and away, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes to Shudo. Dietrich Enns leans in. He gets the sign from his catcher. He works set at the belt. He checks the runner at first and now delivers. It's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count runs even to Shudo at 1s. 1 ball and 1 strike. It is a pretty healthy crowd for a Monday in or a weekday game in Japan. You sometimes see the midweek games. They don't quite get the attendance that the weekend games do. People who are at work have to come to the stadium, to the ball games, and it's not always in the docket. There's a fastball that misses outside, and the count now goes to 2-1. I was kind of find it a bit fascinating. There's lifestyles are different, certainly in other parts of the world. And one of the things I remember of my time in Japan, the days seem to start a little bit later. And I mean that by, usually things get going about 10 o'clock in the morning, at least in Tokyo. Then they seem to go longer into the evening. And here's the pitch. It's a fastball that misses down, and the count is now 3-1. So 3 balls and 1 strike to Yukio Shudo. And when it goes later into the evenings, one would think that they would have maybe done like they do in North America with a 7 o'clock start time. But they do start their games at 6 o'clock in the evenings. By the time they ramp it up, it could be between, it's normally a 3-hour and 8-minute game on the average for the Pacific League. There's a fastball that misses upstairs, and it's back-to-back walks issued by the lefty ends. So runners are now at first and second. That's going to bring up Masaki Momori, but while that happens, we're going to have a conference on the mound here as the catcher Sena Suge comes out and the entire infield comes in. They're talking over what the bunt situation will be. So that's the first mound visit by the defense tonight, as it will go into the books. So runners at first and second. And Masaki Momori steps to the plate, and he had a sacrifice bunt his first time up. So the Hawks are threatening here with 2 walks to begin the inning. Momori on the season batting .257 with those 7 homers and 31 RBIs. Both the top 2 hitters in the order for the Hawks, they really do a good job of being able to get on base. Shudo and Momori are able to be very good table setters. And there he squares to bunt. It's a good one. It is fielded by the catcher Suge, who fields it and throws to first. And that is going to retire Momori. It's going to go down as a sacrifice, this time 2-4. It moves Takuya Kai over to third base. It advances Shudo to second. They now have runners at second and third, and that'll bring up the shortstop Kenta Imamiya. Well, for Imamiya, he walked his first time up, and he was stranded at first base back in the first inning. He's hitting .296. He's got 6 homers and 35 RBIs. Enns is already at the 50 pitch mark here with 1 gone in the third inning. As we said about pitch efficiency, this is not where he wants to be right now. He's already thrown 14 pitches in this inning alone. At bat to Takuya Kai, he was able to work him for an 8-pitch at bat before drawing the walk. So Imamiya at the plate with runners at second and third. Enns now kicks and delivers. Here's the pitch. It is a fastball that misses down for ball 1, and the count is 1-0. So Dietrich Enns having difficulty commanding his pitches with 3 walks here in the first 3 innings of work. He also has 3 strikeouts to go along with it, but he could sure use one here. So 1 ball and no strikes. His Enns work set, and now he kicks and delivers. It is a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is now 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes to Kenta Imamiya. So the lefty gets his sign from Suge. And now he's ready to go back to work again, as Imamiya waits here on the offering from the lefty Dietrich Enns. He now kicks and delivers. It is a fastball that misses up and away, and the count is now 3-0. So 3 balls and no strikes. One would have to think that there's got to be some concern in the Saitama Seibu Lion camp. We'll keep an eye here to see if they're going to be looking to maybe have to go to the bullpen a little bit earlier tonight. So Enns leans in. He gets the sign from his catcher. 3 balls and no strikes here to Imamiya as the lefty delivers. That's a fastball swung on. It is lined into center field. It's a base hit. This ball is going to get down. The center fielder picks it up. He fires it in. Rounding second and heading, and that is to make their 2-1 for the Hawks here in the third inning. So Ends dug himself the hole, and Kenta Imamiya threw some dirt on it. It was a line drive right over the head of the shortstop, Kenta. Nice play by the center fielder, Suzuki. Get over to cut that off and hold Imamiya to the single. That is going to bring up the right fielder, Yuki Yanagita. Well, for Yanagita, he's 0 for 1. He's flown out to right field popped up to the third baseman his first time up. It was a pitch that he got jammed on the hands on, and so Yanagita comes to the plate. That was a 3-0 pitch to Imamiya. He was sitting on a fastball he was able to deliver on. He got the green light. That's what you want to see when you give somebody a 3-0 pitch. They want the green light to be there with it. And the first pitch is a fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count is 0-1 to Yanagita. So no balls and 1 strike. Yanagita waggling the bat, waiting here on the offering from the lefty Ends, who holds set. And here comes the 0-1 pitch. He kicks and delivers. It is a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Lefty Ends is definitely struggling here right now. We are going to keep the eye on Imamiya. He doesn't run like he used to. He's got 3 stolen bases on the year. As the lefty Ends holds set, here comes the 1-1 to Yanagita. He delivers a fastball that swung on and popped up again over on the third base side. Moving over underneath it is Hiranuma. He makes the catch, and that's the second time tonight Yanagita has popped to the third baseman. Poor pitch selection to swing at. Yanagita went up in the zone and he chased the pitch. He couldn't stay on top of it. And he is gone for out number 2, and that's going to leave it all up to Alfredo Despaigne. Well, for Despaigne, he is 0 for 1 tonight. He has popped to second, his only trip to the plate. Despaigne is hitting .264 entering tonight's contest. As they throw over to first base, and diving back in time is the runner Imamiya. That 0 for 1 tonight, he's slipped to .263 with the 9 homers and 29 runs batted in. So he waggles the bat, waiting on the offering from Dietrich Ends, who holds set. And he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball that misses down, and the count now is 1 ball and no strikes to Despaigne. The other thing is it really hurts your ball club if you can't get that start. Now, all of a sudden, if you can't go deep enough, then it starts to tax your bullpen. As we said, the Lions have a good bullpen, but they're tired by the time they get to game number 3 in the series. There's a breaking ball that catches the top part of the strike zone for a called strike, and the count is 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike it is to Alfredo Despaigne. As the lefty is waiting there, they throw over to first base, and diving back in time is the base runner, and it's going to be 1 ball and 1 strike still to Despaigne. Nothing like middle of the night baseball in North America. For our listeners that are out there, we do appreciate you guys for hanging with us tonight. Here's the 1-1 pitch. It's a breaking ball swung on and fouled away. The count is 1-2 to Despaigne. So 1 ball and 2 strikes it is. The crowd is in a festive spirit now with the runs that have been placed on the board here by the Hawks. They've taken that 2-1 lead. Here comes the offering now to Despaigne, who Ends, kicks and delivers. It's a fastball that misses way upstairs. The count now goes to 2-2. Always curious the second and third time through the batting order how the opposition will fare. Dietrich Enns here does a little bit to himself. There's a fastball that misses way outside. The count is now 3-2. If I had to do the quick math on it, I don't have my stats up, but I know we have the hosted stats a little bit, and they are a little bit behind. They throw the pitch counts up here for the pitchers. Dietrich Enns through his first 60 pitches as there's a fastball swung on it. It's belted down the left field line. If it stays fair, it's trouble. And this one is gone. A home run for Alfredo Despaigne. A 2-run shot here. And that's going to double the lead or double the scoring totals for the Hawks. It is now a 4-1 ball game as Despaigne has taken Enns' yard. Kenta Imamiya crosses the plate. He's going to score the 3rd run of the ball game. And here comes Despaigne as he comes around to score as well. A 2-run shot for the Cuban designated hitter. And that is going to increase the lead to 4-1 for the Hawks here in the 3rd inning. So Dietrich Enns gets himself into a host of trouble. And Alfredo Despaigne makes him pay. He had to wait to see if that ball was going to stay fair or not, as it stayed right down the foul line, and he was able to keep it just to the right of the foul pole. But a big-time crooked number here in the 3rd inning. It's a 4 spot now for the Hawks, as they have taken the lead, and they've got themselves a cushion with a 4-1 advantage. The bottom of the 3rd inning, and there's a first pitch fastball delivered to Taisi Makihara that's grounded foul down the right field line, and the count is 0-1. I was just getting the words out of my mouth to say the first 60 pitches of the ball game delivered by Dietrich Enns. He was at 28 balls and 32 strikes. He was having a hard time throwing strikes in this one, so one would have to think that his damage control here for the lefty, as he throws a fastball that swung on and fouled away, this time down the left field line, and the count is now 0-2 to Makihara. So no balls and 2 strikes. As the lefty works from the set position, and now he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on it, is knifed foul down the left field line. It's going to sail into the seats just above the temporary seating. Keeps the count at 0-2. There's somebody who makes the crab. He's wearing a Jason Tatum USA basketball jersey. He gets a round of applause as he made a good catch. There's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is now 1-2 to Makihara. It's kind of funny. Certainly a rousing round of applause from those around him. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to the left-handed hitting Makihara. Here comes the pitch from Enns. It's a fastball that just misses down and in. The count is now at 2-2. Here is a 30-plus inning for the American left-hander, as he has really struggled to command his pitches in this one here in the 3rd inning. Everything has gone sideways for him. It's a long time in the field here for the Seibu Seibu Lions. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. And here comes the pitch from the lefty who kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball swung on, and lifted into shallow left field, coming hard, and the ball is going to drop down in front of the left fielder. It gets by Genda, the shortstop, who's running out there to get it. He's going to flip it back in over here to 3rd, but Brian O'Grady was coming in hard, and he wasn't able to make the play. It short-topped in front of him, and then Genda had to go and retrieve it. So Taisi Makihara with an excuse-me swing, and he lifts it ball softly into left field. And it had just dropped in front of O'Grady, and O'Grady wasn't able to keep it in front of him. But it was a nice job by the shortstop Genda to back him up on the play. But it is going to be a double for Makihara. That is going to bring up the left fielder, Yurizabel Graciel. Well, Graciel is the 8th hitter to come to bat here in the inning for the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks, as the lefty Enns delivers. It's a fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count is 0-1. Well, the weird thing about that, it was O'Grady couldn't quite make the catch. It just got in front of him. But the worst part was he wasn't able to keep it in front of him. So you do have another runner in scoring position. If he was able to keep it in front of him, it probably holds Makihara to a single. So here's the 0-1 pitch to Graciel. It's a fastball taken for a called strike, and now the count is 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes to Taisi Makihara. As the right-handed hitting Graciel waggles the bat. And the lefty ends hold set. He checks the runner at second and now delivers. It's a fastball swung on and missed. Graciel goes down on strikes for the second time tonight. He is out for out number 3, but there was damage in the inning and lots of it. There were 4 runs scored by Fukuoka on the benefit of 3 hits. There was no errors and 1 runner left aboard. We are now through 3 complete innings. It is the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks 4 and the Seibu Seibu Lions 1. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be back with the call at the top of the 4th inning when we return after this. Appreciate you for stopping in. Welcome back, everybody. We are moving to the top of the 4th inning, and the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks have a 4-1 lead over the Seibu Seibu Lions. The big blow was the 2-run homer by Alfredo de Spania that followed up the RBI, or the 2 RBI single by Kenta Emamiya. And that is where we stand here with a 4-1 lead right now for the Seibu Seibu Lions. It's the heart of the batting order coming up here for the Lions in their half of the inning. It'll be Otaki Yamakawa to lead it off here. And the first pitch is a breaking ball over for a called strike. Count is 0-1. Yamakawa, Suzuki, and O'Grady to come to bat. They face the right-hander Higashiyama. And here comes the 0-1 offering as the right-hander kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball that just misses outside, and the count is now 1-1. Yamakawa flew out to center field his first time up. He is 0 for 1 in this one tonight. Higashiyama rocks into the windup and delivers. It's a breaking ball swung on and fouled away, and the count now is 1-2. There was more scoring in that game between the Chibalote Marines and the Hokkaido Nippon Ham Fighters. At the bottom of the 4th inning, the Marines added another run to their tally. So it was their shortstop Chitani who had an RBI single to knock in Kakanaka. They've increased their lead to 3-0. There's a fastball that misses down and in, and the count is now 2-2 to Yamakawa. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Right-handed hitting Yamakawa waggles the bat as the right-hander rocks into the motion. He kicks and delivers. It's a fastball that just misses inside, and the count now goes to 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes to Hataka Yamakawa. As Higashiyama gets the sign from his catcher, Kai, he rocks into the windup. Now he kicks and delivers. It is a fastball swung on. It is grounded foul down the third base line. The count remains at 3-2 to Yamakawa. It's only been twice tonight that the starter Higashiyama has gone to a full count on any of the Lions hitters, and it's been both times to Yamakawa. He's been able to work him to the full count. Here comes the 3-2 pitch again as the right-hander rocks into the delivery. He kicks and fires. It is a fastball swung on and fouled away. It's going to reach the seats behind home plate. That still keeps the count at 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes to Otaka Yamakawa. Shohei Suzuki and Brian O'Grady, as we said, to follow here, as the Lions are now looking up at a 3-run deficit as they trail 4-1 here to the Hawks in the 4th inning. There's a breaking ball that is swung on and missed. The starter Higashiyama took a little something off that one, and he was able to retire Yamakawa on strikes for the first out of the inning. So 1 up and 1 away, and that is going to bring up Shohei Suzuki. That's going to be strikeout number 5 in the books for Higashiyama. So Suzuki steps to the plate. He's 0 for 1 tonight. He grounded to the first baseman his first time up, as he waits on the offering here from Higashiyama, who kicks and delivers. It is a breaking ball taken for a call and strike. And the count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. The left-handed hitting Suzuki. And here comes the 0-1 pitch. It is a fastball taken for a call and strike, and Suzuki is now in the hole at 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. He's got to be able to get the ball into play and utilize his running ability. He doesn't have any stolen bases this year, does Suzuki, but he does move fairly well. There's a fastball that is down and away, and the count is 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes it is. So the right-hander rocks again into the motion. He kicks and he delivers. It is a breaking ball swung on. It is lifted foul. It's going to reach the seats over on the third base side, and the count is 1-2, or still remains at 1-2. Yashiyama is starting to get himself into a groove. He's retired 5 Lions in a row. Is he ready to work here and go back at it again against the left-handed hitting Suzuki? He rocks into the motion. He kicks and delivers. It is a breaking ball swung on and missed. The home plate umpire says he's fouled it off. I'm not sure if Takuya Kai necessarily agreed with that one. The home plate umpire said he did get a piece of it, so it's going to stay at 1-2. I'd like to see that one again on the replay, but they're not going to show us. And so here we go. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. As the right-hander delivers, it is a fastball swung on. It is lined right to the shortstop, Imamiya. And that is going to do it. Suzuki is gone for the second out of the inning, as he was able to fire his hands at the pitch away, and it was a line drive right to Imamiya, who was able to put him away for the second out of the inning. That's going to bring up the left fielder, Brian O'Grady. Well, for O'Grady tonight, he walked his first time up, and he has come around to score the only run by the Lions. That was that defensive play in the last half inning that was a bit of an eyebrow raiser, as it was he wasn't able to keep the ball in front, allowing Makihara a cheap double. So it's 1 ball and no strikes to O'Grady. Grady's got 15 homers and 46 runs batted in. We were saying he's among the league leaders in the Pacific League in the category of the home run department. Here comes the offering now from the right-hander, who kicks and fires. It is a fastball swung on. This ball is belted into the right field corner. It's going to get down. It's off the wall. Yanagita picks it up. He fires it back in, and holding O'Grady to a long single. That ball was absolutely scorched. So O'Grady's got himself a single, and that's going to bring up the catcher, Senisuge. These 2 teams will go back at it again tomorrow. And it's going to be Okamura versus Takahashi. It'll be the same spot, the same time. Originally, we didn't have anything set up for the game between the Swallows and the Giants tomorrow, but it does look like that they're showing that there is going to be a game that they are going to play. I've only got 5 games on the slate, but maybe they are in action tomorrow. So Ishikawa against Sagano in that one. So there's a first pitch fastball delivered to Suge that swung on and fouled away, and the count is 0-1. So we'll have to take a look and see which ones we're going to give a call of tomorrow. The Marines and the Fighters, I can guarantee you we won't be doing that one. It'll be Ishikawa against Iwasawa. We are leaning to do these same 2 teams again tomorrow, as it is a top spot. And, of course, both of them are there, although the Eagles and the Buffaloes are something we'd be entertaining as well. There's a fastball swung on and missed. The count now goes, I don't know if we got that on Suge retired there or not. Nope, that's 2 strikes to Suge. Sorry. So runner at first is O'Grady. No balls and 2 strikes here to the catcher, Suge. The right-hander works the set position. And now he kicks and he fires. It's a fastball swung on. It's driven into the seats down the right field line, and the count remains at 0-2. In some ways, I wouldn't mind looking in on the Tigers and the Carp tomorrow with Aaron Curry and Yagi going for the Akihiro Aoyagi going for the Hanshin Tigers. I think we are going to squeeze in a couple of Central Division games in this week as well. So some rare looks at the Central League. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. It is a fastball that misses outside, and the count is 1-2. As of September 11th, the average game time on the games in the NPB still are at 3 hours and 8 minutes. That's for the 9-inning games only. As they do add to that there, I think Major League Baseball needs to take a look at what's going on in Japan. Why their 9-inning games are at 3 hours and 8 minutes. There's a fastball swung on it. It's popped up over on the third base side in foul territory. There's room for Shudo. He's going to make the catch. That is going to retire Suge for the 3rd out of the inning. While there was no runs in the inning, there was the hit by O'Grady. No errors and 1 runner left aboard. We are now through 3.5 innings. It is the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks 4 and the Seibu Seibu Lions 1. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be back around the call at the bottom of the 4th inning when we return. 4-1 for the Hawks after this. Welcome back, everybody. It's going to be Tomoya Masaki, Takuya Kai, and Yukio Shudo, the 8, 9, and 1 hitters in the batting order to come to bat for the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks. Masaki to lead it off here. He struck out looking his first time up against the starter Dietrich Enns. Enns has really struggled in this one here, struggling to throw enough strikes. And when he has thrown strikes, they have made him pay, have the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks. A 2-run RBI single by Kenta Imamiya, and then it was followed up by a 2-run shot by Alfredo Despania in the last half inning that have put the Hawks out to a 4-1 lead. So here comes the first pitch from Enns. It is a breaking ball that misses down for ball one, and the count is 1-0 to Masaki. Masaki batting .250 on the season. He's 13 for 52. He's got 2 homers and 2 RBIs. He is a rookie here getting the nod tonight for the Hawks as the left-hander Enns kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is now 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Masaki. As we said, Dietrich Enns definitely struggling tonight to be able to throw enough strikes. Command of his fastball is the problem. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is belted to deep right field. It's going to be trouble, and this one is gone. A home run by Masaki. His 3rd of the year. The 2nd of the ball game tonight by the Fukuoka Ball Club, and that is going to increase the lead to 5-1 as he has taken Dietrich Enns the other way. That increases the lead here to a 4-run lead for the Hawks in the bottom of the 4th inning. So 5-1 now for the Hawks. That's going to bring up the catcher, Takuya Kai. Well, for Kai tonight, he walked his first time up. He came around and scored a run on the RBI single by, or the 2-run single by Kenta Emamiya. So he steps to the plate. So a good decision to put the youngster Masaki in the ball game tonight. There's a first pitch fastball that misses outside to Kai for ball one. The count's 1-0. Kai batting .194 on the year with no homers and 22 runs batted in. So now it's pretty much damage control for Enns as Kai squares to bunt. He pulls back but takes a called strike, and the count is 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Takuya Kai. I will be followed by Shuto and Memori here in the 4th inning. So here's the 1-1 pitch as the lefty Enns delivers. It's a fastball swung on and it's fouled straight back behind home plate. The count now goes to 1-2 on Kai. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. We were keeping everybody up on tabs on the scores from around the NPB. The Tohoku Rocket and Golden Eagles have padded their lead. They now have a 3-1 lead over the Oryx Buffaloes. There's a breaking ball that misses outside to Kai for a ball, and the count is now 2-2. The Buffaloes are still batting in the Golden Eagles are still batting in their half of the 5th. They've already got 2 on the board. RBIs on the RBI double by Daichi Suzuki increased that lead. There's a fastball swung on. It is popped up over behind second base. Moving over underneath it is Ning-Ting Wu. He's going to make the catch, and Kai is retired for the first out of the inning. So 1 up and 1 away, and that's going to bring up Yukio Shudo. Our friend DW says, how do I enjoy sports without gambling? Well, that's a good question. I don't know if I can answer that one for you. Some of the crowds on some of the nights, we get a lot of gambling crowds into this stream here because they want to know what's happening up to the 2nd. So 5-1 is the scoreline here for the Hawks, and the first pitch is a breaking ball that misses down to Shudo for ball 1, and the count's 1-0. Shudo tonight is 1 for 1. He singled in the first inning, and he walked and scored a run in the 3rd. He's got his average up to 286. Well, certainly the strategy part for us in baseball is what's interesting. It's the game within the game. There's a fastball swung on, and it's fouled off the foot of the batter Shudo, and the count goes to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Shudo getting the nod at third base in this one. We saw him the other night. He started at third, and then he moved out into the outfield. Shudo runs very well, and he's able to play a multitude of positions. And here comes the pitch. It is a breaking ball swung on, and it's lifted foul over on the third base side. And the count remains at 1 ball and 2 strikes to Shudo. You have to be excited if you're a Hawks fan. The mixture of young and old players in the lineup, and veterans that have seen it all, done it all, and have won it all. They're going to be able to pass that torch on to their younger players that are coming up. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away. Count remains at 1-2. I would think the international players for the Hawks, being Graciel and Despania, are probably don't have a long life expectancy left in their career, maybe another year, maybe 2 at max, before they have to start thinking about replacing them. Of course, they have Freddie Galvis. There's a fastball, take it for a called third strike. And Shuto is gone for the second out of the inning. It's going to leave it all up to Masaki Momori. They do have Freddie Galvis on the bench tonight. And really, for all intents and purposes, Freddie Galvis has been a disappointing signing this part in his career for the Hawks. They gave him $8 million for 2 years, and he got off to a great start by hitting. I think he had a grand slam on opening night. And it was all downhill after that for Freddie. And here's the first pitch delivered. It's a fastball that swung on and missed by Momori. The count is quickly 0-1. Momori tonight does not have an official at bat. He has 2 sacrifice bunts to his name. As he's waiting on the offering here from Enns, who kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is now 1-1. Be curious to see how the Lions will manage their bullpen. One would think that this might be the last inning of work for Enns. He's at 87 pitches here in the 4th inning. Big struggle tonight for the American left-hander. Here comes the 1-1. It's a breaking ball that swung on and tapped foul behind home plate. The count goes to 1-2 on Momori. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Higashiyama has been in cruise control pretty much for the Hawks, except for that one little blip in the second inning. But not the same story for the lefty Dietrich Enns here, as he ready to deliver the 1-2 pitch to Masaki Momori. He delivers a fastball that swung on it. It's grounded up the middle, and it is fielded by the shortstop, Genda, but he's not going to have a play at first base. That's going to be an infield hit for Momori, as he's got himself a single, and that's going to bring up the shortstop, Kenta Imamiya. Well, for Imamiya, he is officially 1 for 1 tonight. He's got that single and drove in 2 runs. In the 3rd inning, he's also scored a run. He's also walked. So Imamiya batting in the 3 spot tonight. That base hit his last time up. He's raised his season average to 298. So the right-handed hitting shortstop waiting here on the offering from Dietrich Enns, who holds set at the belt, and now he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on. It is lifted to deep left center field, moving back onto the warning track, right up against the wall, and making the catch as Suzuki. Imamiya flashing some power again here tonight. Sent that one for a ride, but not deep enough, and he has gone for the 3rd out of the inning. There was a run in the inning on the homer by Masaki. There were 2 hits, no errors, and 1 left aboard. We are now through 4 complete innings. It is a 5-1 scoreline for the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call at the top of the 5th inning when we return after this. Welcome back, everybody. It's a 5-1 lead as we're moving to the top half of the 5th inning. We'll be back in about 30 seconds with the call in just a couple moments. 5-1 for the Hawks in this one. Welcome back, everybody. We are moving now to the top of the fifth inning. It's going to be Ninting Wu, Shota Hiranuma, and the top of the order, Gakuto Wakabayashi, to face the right-handed throwing now Higashiyama. Higashiyama has been effective in his 4 innings of work, as he's been able to retire 5 Lions via the strikeout. But he is ready to come back at it here again, the right-hander, to face Ninting Wu, who had a double and knocked the run in against him his first time up. And the first pitch is a fastball that is Wu checks his swing on, but fouls it away down the left field line, and the count is no balls and 1 strike to him. So Wu waiting on the offering here from Higashiyama, who rocks into the motion, and he kicks and delivers. It is a breaking ball swung on and fouled right into the catcher, Kai. It's the second time tonight Kai has a ball fouled into him, so now it's 0-2. That one there, he was catching off a one knee. It hit him right on the top of the padding there that he has for the shin guards. It's not really shin guards, it's more of the knee portion of it. So here comes the 0-2 pitch. It's a fastball that misses upstairs, and the count is now 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Wu. Takuya Kai gives his sign to his right-hander, who kicks and delivers the breaking ball that misses inside, and the count is now 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to Wu. The right-hander gets his sign, and he rocks into the motion, and he kicks and delivers. It is a split finger pitch swung on and fouled away, and the count remains at 2 balls and 2 strikes. When this one is over at the end of the ball game, we will give everybody the roundup from around the league. This game here is picked up its pace a little bit, but it is behind its Pacific League cousins. They're both in the 6th inning. There's a fastball swung on. It is lifted down the left field line, but it's going to slice into the temporary seating. It's going to keep the count at 2-2 to Wu. Pitch number 7 of this at bat coming up here to the Saitama left-handed hitting second baseman. So 2 balls and 2 strikes it is. As Wu waggles the bat. And here comes the offering from the righty Higashiyama, who kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball that misses outside, and the count now goes full to Wu. He commented in the last half inning it was the only time that the full counts have been worked tonight by the hitters. It's been by Yamakawa both times, but now Wu joins that club. So here's the 3-2 pitch. As Higashiyama delivers, it's a split finger pitch swung on and fouled away right off of Wu, as he's going to limp around here a little bit. So quite the battle to start the inning. This is going to be pitch number 9 coming up here. As the right-handed pitcher Higashiyama rocks into the motion, and he kicks and delivers. And there is a breaking ball swung on. This ball is belted into deep right center field. But moving over underneath it and making the catch is Yanagita. And that is going to retire Wu for the first out of the inning. So 1 up and 1 away. And that is going to bring up the third baseman, Shota Hiranuma. So a deep sigh of relief there for the right-hander Higashiyama. 9-pitch at bat there by Wu. We'll take a few bullets out of the gun of the starter Higashiyama. So here comes the first offering to Hiranuma, who takes a breaking ball outside for ball 1. The count is 1-0. Hiranuma 0 for 1 tonight. He flew out to the center fielder his first time up. As he waggles the bat, waiting on the offering from the right-hander Higashiyama. It's a fastball swung on. This ball is lined over the head of the shortstop. It's going to get down for a base hit into left field. Hiranuma aboard with a single. So he's got himself a 1-out knock, and that's going to bring up the top of the order in Gakuto Wakabayashi. That pitch was down and away. It wasn't an easy pitch. That's where you get frustrated as a pitcher if you throw something that's pretty good and the hitter just throws his bat out at the ball. The next thing you know, he hits that ball over the head of the shortstop, and he's got himself the knock. So Wakabayashi steps to the plate. He's 1 for 2 tonight. He's got a single in 2 trips. He's also struck out. So he bats from the right side against the right-handed throwing Higashiyama. As the right-hander looks at the runner at first, he nods in agreement to the side now to his catcher. And here comes the first offering. As he kicks and fires, it's a split finger pitch swung on. It is lifted down the right field line. And it's going to be Yanagita racing over, but he's not going to be able to pull it in. That ball ended up getting into the temporary seating just out of his reach. Thought he may have had some room, but that ball just kept slicing and slicing. It held up long enough for him to be able to get there. That ball, when it landed, it was just into the first row. He had reached in over top, but he wasn't able to pull it in. So 1 strike it is to Wakabayashi. So the right-hander Higashiyama now works set. And here he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on and fouled straight back, and the count is now 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. I always get a kick out of it with the Japanese pitchers when the ball comes flying out of their hands. You got the puff of rosin, or it looks like smoke that's coming out of the hands. That's exactly what it is here with Higashiyama. So the right-hander leans in, he gets the sign, and now he works to the set position. Here comes the 0-2 to Wakabayashi. He kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball. I'll take it for a called 3rd strike. Wakabayashi punched out for the 2nd out of the inning. He is gone for out number 2, and that's going to leave it all up to the shortstop, Suzuki Genda. Well, for Genda, he is 0 for 2 tonight. He is struck out looking, and he is lined out to the 3rd baseman. So Suzuki Genda waiting on the offering from Higashiyama, and he takes a fastball outside for ball 1, and the count is 1-0. 0 for 2 tonight is Genda. He's struck out looking, and he has lined to the 3rd baseman his 2 trips to the plate. But it does look like we're going to see Dietrich Enns yet for another inning. I'm a little surprised by that, but maybe they figure they can squeeze another inning out of him and be able to keep their bullpen in check for when they need it later in the series. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count is 1-1 to Genda. Genda hitting .276 on the year now with those 2 homers and 17 runs batted in. Should he get on, it'll be Tomoya Mori, the designated hitter, who waits his turn on deck. I would have thought we might have saw Takia Nakamura in this one, who's been swinging the bat well lately. There's a breaking ball that misses outside, and the count is now 2-1 to Genda. So 2 balls and 1 strike. Right-hander leans in. He gets the sign from his catcher, Kai. He checks the runner at first. Here comes the 2-1 to Genda. He delivers a breaking ball. This ball is lined right to the 2nd baseman, as it is Masaki Momori who hauls that one out in for the 3rd out of the inning. And that is going to do it here. There was no runs in the inning. There was a hit by Shota Hiranuma. There were no errors and 1 runner left aboard. We're now through 4.5. It is a 5-1 lead for the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call. The bottom of the 5th inning after this when we return. Appreciate you guys for being here with us. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the heart of the batting order coming up for the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks. That means Yuki Yanagita, Alfredo Despania, and Taisi Makihara to face the left-hander Dietrich Enns, who's coming back out for his fifth inning of work. It has been a struggle tonight for the left-hander, who's had difficulty getting command of his pitches. He is working. So far, he has thrown in this ball game here tonight 90 pitches. He's thrown 53 for strikes. And he has been touched up for a couple of home runs. So here comes the first offering to Yuki Yanagita, who swings at the first pitch he sees. He pops it up into shallow left field. Coming in on it is Brian O'Grady, who makes the catch, and that is going to retire Yanagita. I got to say, Yanagita literally looks like he's pressing. Popped out twice to the third baseman, and now once to the left fielder. Yanagita is gone for the first out of the inning. That is going to bring up Alfredo Despania. Well, Despania tonight is 1 for 2. He homered his last time up. He knocked in a pair. He's also popped out to the second baseman. So 1 for 2 officially. And the first pitch he sees from Dietrich Enns is a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Hit that homer right down the left field line. It just hugged the foul pole. His last time up, and here comes the 0-1 pitch. It's a breaking ball that just misses outside. The count is 1-1. That was the slowest pitch thrown tonight by Dietrich Enns. He took quite a bit off of that one for the big right-handed hitting Cuban. And here's the pitch. Follows up with a fastball that is swung on and missed. There was power on power. That was a 93-mile-an-hour heater right into the glove of Senasuge, and that runs the count now to 1-2. Yokohama Dana Bay Stars have now put 5 runs on the board in the bottom of the fourth inning, and they have now taken the lead over the Swallows 5-1. There's the 1-2 pitch. It's a fastball swung on. It is popped up over on the right side. Looks like it's going to be playable. Moving over underneath it is the first baseman Yamakawa, who makes the catch. That is going to retire Despania for the second out of the inning. So 2 up and 2 away, and that'll bring up the center fielder Taisi Makihara. Well, for Makihara tonight, he is 1 for 2. He's doubled, and he has struck out in his 2 trips to the plate. So Makihara digs himself in. Waiting here on the offering from Enns, who kicks and delivers. It's a fastball taken for a called strike. The count is 0-1. Makihara is 1 for 2 on the evening. He's got a double and a strikeout. It was that double that bled in front of Brian O'Grady in the third inning. It was a single that was kind of turned into a double. There's a fastball swung on. It is grounded to the right side. It is fielded by Wu. He throws to first, and that is going to be the easiest inning of the night for Dietrich Enns as he retires the side in order. It's a ground out 4-3 as that takes care of Makihara. There were no runs in the inning, no hits, no errors, and nobody left the board. We're now through 5 complete. It is the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks 5 and the Seibu Seibu Lions 1. Stay tuned, everybody. We'll be back in just a couple moments with all the action here after this. This is what we like to call our Japanese halftime. So it'll be an extended inning before we come back to do it again. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be right back.
Let's go. Yeah. I'm like an addict, ooh, I gotta have it. I ain't even playing, got a really bad habit. If it moves, gotta grab it, fuse like a magnet. Lose, won't have it till I'm doomed in a casket. I ain't playing, got a weird mind. If you work 8 hours, I'ma work 9. If the shit tastes sour, you should taste mine. I'ma stay in power for a long time. Get up, nah, I ain't a quitter. Toss me the ball, I'm a really big hitter. Big picture, I'm a straight killer. Rising the song to the highest bidder. Got juice, got gas, I'ma move fast. New shoes, new tracks, like who's that? I'm new, come back, better than last. Yeah, it's a new me, never gonna...
Welcome back, everybody. It is a 5-1 lead here for the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks as we're heading to the top of the 6th inning. It was the lot of damage in the 3rd inning. A 2-run single by Kenta Amamiya, followed up by a 2-run homer by Alfredo Despania. That put the Hawks up 4-1, and then it was a solo shot in the 4th inning by the rookie first baseman Tomoya Masaki, his 3rd homer of the year. Has increased the lead to 5-1. We'll be back in just a couple moments as both of these teams will be ready to go at it in a moment as we do have that extended break in between innings. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back, everybody. We have some updated scores from around the NPB. We mentioned that the Yokohama Dana Bay Stars put a 5 spot on the board in the bottom of the 4th inning to have a 5-1 lead over the Yakult Swallows. It was a number of RBIs, but the big blow was the 2-run single by the pitcher Shota Imanaga that has helped increase the lead 5-1 as the Bay Stars have the lead over the Yakult Swallows. We're ready to go to resume the action as it's going to be Mori, Yamakawa, and Suzuki to face the right-hander here. And the first pitch is a breaking ball swung on and fouled away. The count is 0-1 to Mori. Mori 0 for 2 tonight. He's grounded to short and struck out looking his 2 trips to the plate. Also in the Uptown scoreboard, another game that's at 5-1. The Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles have scored 2 in the bottom of the 6th to extend their lead to 5-1 over the Oryx Buffaloes. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is lined in the right field. It's going to get down for a base hit as Mori is aboard with a single. And that is going to bring up the first baseman, Hataka Yamakawa. The Golden Eagles are still batting in the bottom of the 6th as they got a runner on. But the blow in that one now has been the RBI triple by Tatsumi, who knocked in Chris Gittins. I believe it was Gittins. And then it was a RBI by Hiroki Oda, the catcher, to bring home Tatsumi. And that's where they stand. It is now a 5-1 ball game. So as the right-hander now works in the set position, here comes the first pitch to Yamakawa. It's a fastball taken for a called strike at the knees, and the count is 0-1. Yamakawa tonight has flown to center and struck out his 2 trips to the plate. So Yamakawa waiting here on the 0-1 offering now from the righty Kiyashiyama, who works set. Now he kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball swung on. This ball is belted to deep left center field. And racing back and looking up, and this one is gone. A home run for Yamakawa. That is going to cut the lead to 5-3 with that 2-run shot into left center field here. And that's going to be home run number 39 for the big first baseman. And that's going to give him 84 runs batted in on the year. He clears the bases, smiles all the way around. As he comes back to the dugout, he always does his high fives, and he gives this sweeping look to the stands. And there it is. So a 2-run shot here in the top of the 6th inning. That is going to bring up the center fielder, Shohei Suzuki. Well, for Suzuki tonight, he is 0 for 2. He lined to the shortstop his last time up, and he's also grounded out to the first baseman. So 0 for 2 on the evening. And the first pitch is a fastball that misses down and away for ball 1, and the count is 1-0. Kind of makes me wonder if this might be the last inning for Higashiyama, as he's up to 91 pitches now in the ballgame. We said at the outset, in his last 5 starts, he's got anywhere from, he's been at least 90 pitches. He's been a workhorse for the Fukuoka Ball Club, as the breaking ball is taken for a called strike. And the count is now 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike to the left-handed hitting Shohei Suzuki. As the right-hander kicks and delivers, there's a fastball that misses outside, and the count is now 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike to Suzuki. Higashiyama ready to go back to work again. He rocks into the windup, and he kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is now 3-1. So 3 balls and 1 strike. Higashiyama's been pretty steady through the first 5 innings of work. He's starting to fall a little bit off here. There's a fastball taken for a called strike on the inside corner, and the count now goes to 3-2 to Suzuki. So 3 balls and 2 strikes it is. And here's the offering from the right-hander who kicks and delivers. It's a fastball that misses down and in, and that's going to be ball 4. And here comes the pitching coach for the Hawks, and really it's 1 swing away now from being a tie ball game. Hawks are 5-1 lead. Looked like it was going to be just added on, but Brian O'Grady stepping to the plate. Those 15 home runs, he is one of the leaders in the Pacific League in that category. So O'Grady is stepping to the plate. The conference is now over. As Takuya Kai returns back to the home plate area. Everybody wants to know what the home run tallies look like. And so certainly Taka Yamakawa now with 39. It's Hideto Asamura is at 25. Yuki Yanagita, the Hawks, is at 18. And then there's 4 players tied with 15 homers. Brian O'Grady here at the plate is one of them. Here's the first pitch. It's a fastball taken for a called strike. The count is 0-1. O'Grady tonight has a single and a walk. He's been on base twice. The other players with 15 home runs, it's Masataka Yoshida for the Oryx Buffaloes, as does Yutaro Sugimoto from the Buffaloes. And, of course, O'Grady and Brandon Laird of the Chibalote Marines. Rounding out the top 10, you've got Shimochi for the Golden Eagles. Then you've got Kataro Kiyomiya, who's at 13. Looks like that Chusei Manami also has 14 for the Hokkaido Nippon Ham Fighters as well. So here comes the 0-1 pitch as the right-hander Higashiyama holds set. He kicks and delivers. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is lined into right field. It's going to get down for a base hit in front of Yanagita. Stopping at second is Suzuki. And O'Grady's got himself his second hit of the ball game tonight. That's going to put runners at first and second with nobody out, and that's going to bring up the catcher, Senasuge. Well, one would have to think that this is definitely going to be a bunting situation as they've got runners at first and second and nobody out. Nice evening tonight for Brian O'Grady with a couple of knocks. So Suge steps to the plate, and they've got the call to the bullpen going on as they're having to hurry to get their relievers up and going as the wheels are starting to fall off the apple cart. 4 batters come to the plate, and all 4 batters have reached base here for the Lions in their half of the 6th inning. So 5-3 is the scoreline as the catcher Suge here steps to the dish. I wouldn't be surprised we see an inside move to second base on O'Grady here, but that's exactly what they do. Very predictable sometimes. They got runners at first and second. They want to see if the hitter is going to bunt. So they do the inside move over to second base because they're reading the hands. Getting back in time, obviously, is O'Grady because there was no throw. Or check that, it was Suzuki as there was no throw. O'Grady is the runner at first. Now Takuya Kai steps out in front of the plate and he flashes the signs to the defense for their bunt D. So 98 pitches so far here for the right-hander Higashiyama. And here's the pitch. It's a fastball that's taken upstairs for ball 1 as Suge pulls back. 1 ball and no strike. Sometimes you see that the pitchers will want to come up in the zone, try to induce a pop-up. So Suge gets the sign from his third base coach. It's 1 ball and no strikes. Ning Wu waits his turn on deck. He's driven in the only run tonight for the Lions. Again, Kai comes out and flashes the signs. As the right-hander Higashiyama ready to go back at it again. Again, it's one of those ball games that we're going to be here for a while. The Hawks never seem to play a easy ball game. Everything is always difficult. Here's the pitch. And it's a fastball bunted foul right behind home plate, and the count goes to 1-1 on Suge. So it is an entertaining affair between these two teams. Lots of scoring in this one here. I would not maybe have anticipated that. That's the 100th pitch of the ball game by Higashiyama. The right-hander ready to go back again here. His 5+ innings of work. As he leans in, he gets the sign from his catcher, Kai. Squaring to bunt again is Suge as he's waiting here on the 1-1 offering. And here comes the pitch from Higashiyama. He kicks and delivers. Suge pulls back. He slashes it over the head of the pitcher, right to the shortstop, Imamiya, who steps on the bag at second. He throws to first. It's going to be a double play. It's going to advance Suzuki to third. So that is not what the Lions had drawn up. It's a double play that goes as a 6-3 variety. O'Grady is erased at second base for the first out, and then Suge out for the second out at first. So a nice play there by Kenta Imamiya, the shortstop, as Imamiya was able to move to his left, field the ball, step on the base, and fire to first. That's going to leave it all up to the second baseman, Ning Wu. And that looks like it's going to be it for the right-hander Higashiyama. As his day is now going to be over, they're going to be calling to the bullpen. We're going to get a reliever in to face Wu. And that will be it for the righty here tonight. So he's going to be leaving the ball game with a 5-3 lead. He is responsible for the runner at third. Hang tight, everybody. Be back in just a couple minutes after this. Welcome back, everybody. We have a pitching change on our hands here as the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks are going to the bullpen. The night is over for Nao Higashiyama, although he is responsible for the runner at third base. Is going to be a left-hander entering to the fray, and we'll get you all the specs on this in just a moment. It's going to be the left-hander is Kayama coming into the ball game. This is Shinya Kayama. Lefty is a situational lefty. 45 innings pitched on the year. He's got no record. He has 22 and a third innings under his belt. He's only allowed 13 hits. He's walked 8 and struck out 19, and he's got an ERA of 0.81. So he is coming in to face the left-handed hitter, Nin Ting Wu. So they got a couple of lefties here for Kayama to face. So the Hawks have now gone to their bullpen. If you would have asked me earlier who would have been the first team to blink, I would have thought it would have been the Lions. The way that Higashiyama was throwing, I wouldn't have thought that would have been the case. But now the first 4 batters of this inning that reached base, he finally induced a double play. And now with the runner Suzuki at third, they're bringing in the reliever to face Nin Ting Wu. So Shinya Kayama has completed his warm-up tosses. Now Wu is stepping to the plate. And so here comes the first delivery from the left-hander. Gets his sign from his catcher, Takuya Kai. As he works set at the belt, he kicks and delivers. It is a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Wu has driven in the first run of the ball game for the Lions tonight on a RBI double back in the second inning. He's also flown out to right field. He's 1 for 2 on the evening. And here comes the 0-1 pitch. It's a fastball that misses outside, and the count is now 1 ball and 1 strike to Wu. So 1 ball and 1 strike. The lefty works into the set position. And now he kicks and he delivers. It's a breaking ball that is swung on and missed. The count is now 1-2 to Wu. That last pitch was a sweeping pitch. The left-handed hitting Wu had chased off the outside corner. So 1 ball and 2 strikes it is. The lefty ready to go back at it again as he leans in and gets the sign from Takuya Kai. Now he works set. Here comes the 1-2 offering to Wu. He kicks and he delivers. It's a breaking ball again that misses off the outside corner. The count's now 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. One would think that Kayama is probably going to be coming back in for the next inning. They've got some lefties to come up here, 3 of the next 4 hitters. So Kayama works set. Now he kicks and he delivers. It's a fastball swung on and missed. And Wu is down on strikes for the 3rd out of the inning. But there was damage done in the inning. There could have been more. As the Hawks were able to wiggle their way out of this one. They had 2 runs in the inning on the 2-run homer by Hataka Yamakawa. There were 3 hits. There were no errors and 1 runner left aboard. We are now through 5.5. It is a 5-3 Fukuoka lead. Home run number 39 by Hataka Yamakawa. We'll be right back after this, everybody. Appreciate you for being here. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be a pitching change for the Seibu Seibu Lions. We'll get you that when we return in just a couple moments. Hang tight. It is a right-hander coming in to replace Dietrich Jens. We'll be back in 30. Welcome back, everybody. It looks like it's Akira Miyakawa coming in, but we're just waiting on confirmation of that. We'll get you all his specs in just a moment if that is indeed who we are going to see in relief here. It'll be a 26-year-old right-hander. That's exactly who it is. So Akira Miyakawa on in relief of Dietrich Enns. So he is going to be the second pitcher used tonight by the Lions. It's his 41st appearance of the year. He is 1-0. He does have a save. He's worked 44 innings. He's allowed 40 hits. He's walked 17 and struck out 40. And he's got himself an earned run average of 266. So Miyagawa on in relief. And he is going to face the 7, 8, and 9 hitters in the Hawks batting order. That means Isabel Graciel, Tomoya Masaki, and Takuya Kai to face the right-handed reliever for the Seibu Lions. So Graciel steps to the plate. He's 0 for 2 tonight. He struck out both of his times against the left-handed starter Enns. The right-hander kicks, and he delivers. It's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike to Isabel Graciel. Graciel batting from the right side, waggles the bat, waiting on the offering here from the right-handed throwing Miyagawa, who kicks and delivers. It's a fastball that misses outside, and the count is now 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. We're keeping our eye on the out-of-town scoreboard, as there really hasn't been any other changes across the NPB at this point. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. There's a fastball swung on. It is grounded on a couple of hops over to short. Fielded by the shortstop Genda. He throws to first, and that's going to retire Graciel on a ground out 6-3 for the first out of the inning. So 1 up and 1 away, and that'll bring up the first baseman, Tomoya Masaki. Well, Masaki comes to the plate. He's 1 for 2 in this one. He struck out looking his first time up, and he homered his last time. He extended the lead to 5-1 at that point. So the right-hander, Miyagawa, ready to deliver. He kicks. And he fires. There's a split finger pitch swung on and missed, and the count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. Right-hander ready to go back at it again here against the right-hander Masaki, and there's a fastball that catches the inside corner, and the count now goes to 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. That one back the hitter off the plate. He has an open stance, and he dives into the pitches, does the rookie first baseman. So here comes the 0-2 pitch. As the righty delivers, it's a split finger pitch. It misses down, and the count is now 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. It was not the most efficient performance by Dietrich Enns tonight. Left this ball game after the 5th inning. I'll get you the final numbers on him, but I think he'd be disappointed with his outing tonight. There is a split finger pitch that swung on and fouled away right at home plate. The count remains at 1-2 for Enns on the evening. Worked 5 innings. He allowed 6 hits. 5 of those runs all were earned, walked 3 and struck out 5. He threw 99 pitches in the ballgame and 60 for strikes. Needs to be a little bit better than that. He was right around the 50, just over the 50% mark up until the 4th inning. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is lined over the head of the second baseman, Nin Ting Wu. It's going to get down for a base hit, and Masaki is aboard with a single. He's got himself a knock here. That's his 2nd hit of the ball game. And that is going to bring up the catcher, Takuya Kai. Well, even though there is 1 out here, it still could be a situation where Kai could bunt. He is one of those kind of guys who Does not have a particularly a great swing, although he's had some decent numbers in the past. He is struggling this year, entered the game hitting 194. So don't be surprised if the Hawks want to have Kai bunt him over to second. They throw over to first, and diving back in time as the base runner. That's the other piece, is they want to take a look to see if they're able to catch that runner. And when they throw over to first base, they look to see if the hitter is squaring to bunt or if he's breaking his hands, and will dictate a little bit here, but there was no sign of that from Kai. Here comes the pitch. He does square to bunt. He drops it down. It's on the third base side. It's fielded by the third baseman, Hiranuma. He throws to first. It wasn't your typical sacrifice. It looked like he was trying to drag for a base hit. It's going to go down as a sacrifice. It's going to be 5-3 on the putout. So Masaki advances into scoring position at second base. It's the second out of the inning, and that's going to bring up the top of the order in Yukio Shudo. Well, for Shudo, he is a 1 for 2. He has a single in 2 trips. It does bring a conference to the mound as Toyota is out to talk to his right-handed reliever. So Shudo comes to the plate. He is 1 for 2. He's got a single in, a strikeout, and he's also walked and scored a run. So Shudo steps to the plate here with 2 out and a runner at second base. Shudo's raised his season average up to 284. He's got 5 homers and 12 RBIs, but he's going to be a tough player to be able to retire, as he is got some wheels. So anything in the infield here, they're going to have to hurry. The first pitch is a split finger pitch and misses down, but the home plate umpire goes up with the right hand, saying that Shudo had offered. The count is quickly 0-1 to him. So no balls and 1 strike. The right-hander Miyakawa gets his sign from his catcher Suge. He checks the runner Masaki at second base. Here comes the delivery. It's a fastball swung on and fouled right back at home plate. Suge looks like he got the brunt of that one. So no balls and 2 strikes to Shudo. So the runner Masaki is at second base. He establishes his lead. And here comes the 0-2 pitch now to Shudo as the right-hander delivers. It's a breaking ball that misses outside, and the count is 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Miyakawa on in relief here of Dietrich Enns. Now he's ready to deliver the 1-2 pitch to Shudo as he holds set. Now he kicks and fires. It's a split finger pitch that misses down, and the count is now 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Is some action starting to stir in the Lions bullpen. Nobody's really throwing at this point. As Miyakawa might be in here for another inning of work. We'll have to wait and see. So he leans in, he gets the sign from his catcher, and here comes the 2-2 pitch. He kicks and delivers. It's a fastball that misses upstairs to Shudo, and the count now goes to 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. Always like to keep in mind how the bullpens operate for these teams. The Seibu Sipu Lions yesterday beat the Hokkaido Nippon Ham Fighters 3-0 in that game last night. And the Lions did use their bullpen quite a bit. There's a fastball that misses up and away. It's going to be ball 4 to Shudo. He's going to get himself a base on balls. That's going to put runners at first and second. It's going to bring Masaki Momori to the plate. As Momori is 1 for 1 tonight, he has also 2 sacrifice bunts to his name. You look at the pitching last night for the Lions, they did use their pen. They had, after they took Yos out after 5, Sasaki pitched a third of an inning, and then it was Morawaki who came in for 2/3. Mizukami, Taira, and Masuda came in to finish it all off, as they had pitched the 7th, 8th, and 9th innings. So I'll be curious to see how they manage their bullpen here tonight. As the right-hander holds set. Now he kicks and delivers. It's a first pitch breaking ball that is swung on and missed by Momori. The count is quickly 0-1. Nice stop there by the catcher, Suge. So no balls and 1 strike it is. The right-hander leans in and he gets his sign from his catcher, Suge. We're here in the bottom of the 6th inning. And here's the pitch. It is a breaking ball that just misses outside, and the count now goes to 1-1. I'm going to have to go get my stopwatch in between innings and start taking a look at how fast or how slow that is in between pitches. This game here is drawn to a screeching halt here in the 6th inning. Talk about the pace of the game in Major League Baseball, and here's the pitch. It is a split finger pitch swung on and missed, and the count now is 1-2 to Momori. Well, in Major League Baseball, they're often complaining about the way that the game has been played. And they talk about the slow pace of the game. Well, that's my one complaint about the Japanese league here when we get into this portion of the ball game, how the game really slows down. But it's the tempo and pace of the relievers. There's a split finger pitch swung on and missed, and Momori is down on strikes for the 3rd out of the inning. And that is going to do it. They strand a couple to the Hawks. There was no runs. There was a hit, no errors, and 2 left aboard. We're now through 6 complete. It is a 5-3 ball game. It looks like the Hawks are going to be going to their bullpen. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be back in a few after this. Welcome back, everybody. It's going to be the 9-1-2 hitters coming to bat for the Seibu Lions in their half of the 7th inning. It means Shota Hiranuma, Kakuto Wakabayashi, and Suzuki Genda. I'm surprised if they're going to be making a pitching change here. One would think that left-hander Kayama is still going to be in there, and that's exactly what it is. Maybe a positional change made by the manager. So we'll look to see if there's been any defensive changes. One would think that Yurizabel Graciel would be a candidate, but it is going to be a new first baseman as Kawase is coming in to play first, and it is Graciel whose night is done, as they are going to have a new left fielder as well, but I don't know if that's going to be the first baseman Masaki who goes out into left field or not. But Kawase is now at first base, and we'll have to get you those changes as they come up in the batting order to see where they've been replaced. So here we go. Here comes the first offering from Kayama to the left-handed hitting Shota Hiranuma. It's a fastball that misses outside for ball one, and the count is 1-0. Hiranuma, Wakabayashi, and Genda. So it's going to go lefty, righty, lefty, lefty here in this inning. So we may see the lefty here for a little bit. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. As he kicks and delivers, it's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike it is. The lefty Kayama kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on. It is grounded up the middle, and it passed the diving glove of the shortstop, Kenta Emamiya, and it is going to be Hiranuma who is aboard with a leadoff single. That is going to bring up the top of the order in Gakuto Wakabayashi, and it's going to bring the manager out of the dugout. So that might be it. 1 batter, and he doesn't get his job done. So Fujimoto is coming out, and that is going to be it. It looks like for the reliever Kayama, as they are going to the bullpen. So hang tight, everybody. We have a pitching change. It is a 5-3 lead as we're here on the top of the 7th inning. We'll be right back in just a couple moments. It is a runner at first and nobody out after this. Welcome back, everybody. It's a pitching change for the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks. It's going to be Hiroki Matsumoto coming in relief here of Shinya Kayama. So Matsumoto on his way in relief, as he is going to be appearing in his 34th game of the year. He's got a 5-0 record on the year. He's 40 in the 3rd innings. He's allowed 35 hits, 10 walks. He has had 47 strikeouts. He's posted an ERA of 2.90. So he is going to be facing top of the order in Gakuto Wakabayashi, as it is Shota Hiranuma, the runner at first base. So he's completed his warm-up tosses, and we're ready to resume the action. As there is nobody gone here in the top of the 7th inning. As we said before, this game here is ground to a halt about the 4th inning. Action and the pace of play is really slowed. So here comes the first offering to the right-hander, from the right-hander to Wakabayashi, who is 1 for 3 tonight. He's got a single in 3 trips. He's also struck out twice. And the first pitch is a split-finger pitch that is taken down for a ball. They appeal over to the third base umpire or the first base umpire, and they say he didn't go, so it's ball 1. I know to Wakabayashi. Not sure why they're maybe trying to play for 1 run here, but the signs are being flashed in all over the place. So 1 ball and no strikes to the right fielder for the Lions. Matsumoto works from the set position, and here comes the 1-0 offering. He kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on and missed. That pitch was at 95 miles an hour on the gun, and it is now 1-1 to Wakabayashi. I guess the way I would describe that is overmatched. So 1 ball and 1 strike. As the right-handed hitting Wakabayashi waggles the bat. And here comes the 1-1 pitch. As he kicks and delivers, it's a fastball swung on and missed. The count is now 1-2. Well, 2 fastballs at 95 miles an hour, and he blows them both right by Wakabayashi. As I said, overmatched would be the term I would have here. And I think maybe what I would do is, if I was in his shoes, I'd go soft away and then come right back with the heat. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here comes the offering now from the right-hander from the Hawks. He kicks and delivers. It's a fastball that just misses down and away, and the count is now 2 balls and 2 strikes. So 2 balls and 2 strikes it is to Wakabayashi. As the right-hander now works to the set position. And he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on and line foul down the left field line, and it keeps the count at 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes it is. Suzuki Genda waits his turn on deck as there's nobody out here in the 7th inning. I said I'd probably do it in between innings, but I'm going to have to go and get my stopwatch because, as we said, this game has just got to an absolute halt. Talk about the average time of the Pacific League for a 9-inning game is 3 hours and 8 minutes. Well, it's easily going to exceed that tonight. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away. Count remains at 2-2. The question is can they keep it under 4 hours? So 2 balls and 2 strikes to Wakabayashi. We're here in the top half of the 7th inning. As we look around the NPB, the other scores, there's going to be some games that are going to start wrapping up here in a bit. And here comes the 2-2 offering as the right-hander kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on. It's grounded back to the pitcher, but Matsumoto drops it. He was going to throw to second base to get the lead runner, but the ball took a wicked hop and almost hit him up in the head. He picks it up and throws to first, and he retires Wakabayashi on a ground out 1-3. That should have been a double play. Came right back and he ended up fielding the ball, and he dropped it. Then his only play was to first base. So Wakabayashi retired for the first out. Hiranuma advances over to second, and that is going to bring up Suzuki Genda. Well, he's definitely going to be disappointed with that one. He did not field the ball cleanly as the ball had come back to him. As we look around the NPB, there was already final scores, and all the games started at the same time. The Chibalote Marines knocked off the Hokkaido Nippon Ham Fighters 3-0. So here comes the offering right now from the right-hander Matsumoto to Suzuki Genda. He checks the runner, and now he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball that this is down and away, and the count is 1-0. The Tohoku Rocket and Golden Eagles have extended their lead over the Oryx Buffaloes to 8-1. That game is in the top of the 8th inning. Golden Eagles flapping their wings, trying to stay in the playoff hunt here. Here comes the 1-0 pitch now to Genda as the right-hander holds at the chest, and he kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike. Count is now 1-1 to Genda. So 1 ball and 1 strike it is. Hanshin Tigers scored 2 in the bottom of the 6th. They still are batting. They've taken a lead now over the Chinichi Dragons 3-1. The Yokohama Dana Bay Stars have extended their lead over the Swallows with a run in the bottom of the 6th. They're now up 6-1. And here comes the 1-1 pitch. It's a fastball that misses upstairs. The count is now 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. So Matsumoto on in relief, the third pitcher used tonight by the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks. Is on in relief of Shinya Kayama, who started the inning but allowed the base hit to Shota Hiranuma. So here comes the 2-1 pitch. As Matsumoto delivers, it's a fastball swung on and fouled away. It's going to get down the seats down the left field line, and the count is now 2-2 to Genda. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. As Tomoya Mori waits his turn on deck. Right-hander Matsumoto ready to go at it again. He checks the sign from his catcher, Takuya Kai. As they got the runner at second base, they cycle through a number of them, and he works to the set position. Here comes the 2-2. Checks the runner at second. And now he kicks and delivers. It's a split finger pitch swung on. It is lifted softly into left field, and it is going to be caught by the left fielder by the Hawks, and that is going to retire Genda for the second out of the inning. As we said, there was a positional change or defensive changes as Urizabel Graciel is out for the night. And it's Masaki, the first baseman, who is now into left field. So it will be in the batting order Kawase, who goes in for Graciel. So now that puts 2 out here, and that is going to bring Tomoya Mori to the plate. Well, for Mori, on the evening, he is 1 for 3. He singled his last time up and scored a run when he was brought home on the home run by Otaka Yamakawa. He has also struck out looking and grounded to short. So here comes the first pitch from Matsumoto. He kicks and delivers. It's a fastball that misses down and away, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. So Mori waiting here on the offering from the right-hander who kicks and delivers. It is a fastball swung on. It is grounded up the middle, backhanded by the second baseman. They backdoor it over to third to try to get the runner. That was the only play. A nice heads-up play by the second baseman, Masaki Momori. He went hard to his right, backhanded the ball. There was no play at first base, but they figured they'd try to throw over to third to try to backdoor the runner. And Tomoya Mori has got himself an infield single. Nice heads-up running by Hiranuma, not to round the base too far. That is going to put runners at first and third with 2 away, and that's going to bring up Otaka Yamakawa to the plate. Well, if I'm the Hawks, I don't want Yamakawa to beat me. I think if they do decide to pitch to him, they're not going to give him anything good to hit. But if I were them, I would probably just hold up the 4 fingers, put them on, and take my chances with Shohei Suzuki. Let's see what the Hawks have themselves in mind. So the conference is now over. As Yamakawa is now going to step into the batter's box. They have themselves a first and third scenario as Takuya Kai is up, flashing the signs. So I'm not sure what's going on here as he's taking his time to get back toward the umpire unless he's got something to say. So runners on the corners with 2 away as Yamakawa is at the plate. Big fella already has home run number 39 on the ball game, on the season, or at least in this ball game on the season. So the right-hander works to the set position. Now he kicks and delivers. It's a split finger pitch and misses down for ball 1. The count is 1-0 to Yamakawa. So 1 ball and no strikes. Yamakawa 1 for 3 on the evening. As the right-hander now works to his set position. And he kicks and delivers. It's a split finger pitch, misses down, and the count is now 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes. So Matsumoto waiting here on the ready to give the offering to Yamakawa as the right-handed hitter waggles the bat. As the right-hander looks in. Boy, oh boy, this game here, absolute grinding halt. Here we go. Here comes the pitch now to Yamakawa. As he kicks and delivers, it's a fastball that misses inside, and the count is now 3-0. You should just hold up the 4 fingers and put them on because you see nothing good to hit in this at bat. It's a waste of 4 pitches. Shohei Suzuki awaiting his turn on deck. If you give him a cookie fastball here at 3-0, Yamakawa may turn on it and deposit it in the seats. So 3 balls and no strikes to the right-handed hitting first baseman of the Seibu Lions. The right-hander leans in. He now works to the set position. And here's the pitch. It is a fastball that misses down and away. It's ball 4 as expected, and that is going to load the bases. That is going to bring up Shohei Suzuki to the plate. So the runner at third is Hiranuma. The runner at second is Mori. Taka Yamakawa is now the runner at first. The bases are full of Lions. That's going to bring Shohei Suzuki to the plate. With 2 gone here in the 7th inning. And after this half inning, I'm going to put the music on loop as we go get that stopwatch because, boy, oh boy, the time in between pitches is absolutely excruciating. As we said, it is, you can appreciate the game and you can appreciate how it is, but you get into the relievers, and it is a completely different ball game. So here we go. Here comes the first offering to the left-handed hitting Suzuki. Matsumoto working from the stretch position. And here comes the first pitch from Matsumoto. He kicks and delivers. It's a fastball that misses upstairs for ball 1, and the count is 1-0. Friend Troy is in the house, and he says, good morning. Did you get to a Tigers game? Yeah, I got over and saw the Mariners play on the Tuesday in Detroit. It was the game that was the Mariners jumped out to a 9-0 lead, and the Tigers threw on 3 consolation runs late. It was definitely not a ball game that was worthwhile. It's good to see Comerica Park. I'll offer you my thoughts on a few things in a minute. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away. The count is 1-1. And so for our listeners that are maybe not in North America, Major League Baseball has gone to a policy where it's credit card only. So you want to buy your hot dog, you want to buy your coffee, you want to buy your drinks, credit card only. And in my opinion, it's absolutely, I like the option to be able to pay cash. I don't buy my coffee, a $5 coffee or $4 coffee, with my credit card. So here comes the 1-1 pitch. As Matsumoto delivers, it's a fastball swung on. This ball is lit down the left field line. This ball is going to go just foul into the stands. Sliding was the left fielder Masaki, and he slid into the stands, but it is going to slice itself into the seats. That's going to run the count to 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Suzuki. He just didn't quite have the opportunity to be able to make that catch, and there was a fella that makes a nice play down the left field line. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Suzuki. So as I was saying, it's all like credit card only at the games. And if you don't have a credit card, you can take your cash and you can go put it in and get it yourself a gift card. And the gift card will then allow you to tap and to pay for things along the way. Well, I'm not a big fan of the tap in and tap out stuff because how do you keep track of what's on your card and what's not on your card? So it's like a prepaid Visa. So here comes the 1-2 pitch. As the right-hander kicks and delivers, it's a fastball taken for a called third strike. And that is going to retire Suzuki. He stood there like the house by the side of the road and watched it go by for the third out of the inning. There was no runs in the inning. There were 2 hits, no errors, and 3 Lions stranded aboard. We're moving to the bottom of the 7th inning. Your score is the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks 5 and the Seibu Seibu Lions 3. As I said, I'm going to put this just on loop for a minute. We'll be back right after this. Give you all the action. Hang tight, everybody. Appreciate you all for being here. I'm going to go grab my stopwatch because I want to see how long this is going to take in between the pitches and everything else that we have to follow. Be right back. Welcome back, everybody. We are moving now to the bottom of the 7th inning. It is going to be the 3, 4, and 5 hitters slated to come to bat for the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks. That means Kenta Imamiya, Yuki Yanagita, and Alfredo De Spagna to come to bat here in the 7th inning. It is a 5-3 lead for Fukuoka. In this one, the Lions just squandered an opportunity as they had the bases loaded in the 7th inning, and they stranded them full. And that might be the turning point in this one here, as it was Matsumoto who had come on in relief and was able to do his job to retire the side. So Imamiya, Yanagita, and De Spagna, the 3, 4, and 5 hitters for the Hawks to come to bat here to face the Seibu Seibu Lions. Our friend Troy was in the house here, and we were talking about, asked me if I'd got a chance to go to the Tiger game, and I said that one of the things in Major League Baseball I'm not a big fan of is that they now make you use your credit card to buy anything and everything at the ballpark, food, or whatever it might be. And I'm not a big, huge fan of that. But we do have a pitching change, as it is going to be Birch Smith on in relief here. He is going to be the 3rd pitcher used tonight by the Seibu Seibu Lions. So Smith is on in relief. And he is going to be ready to face the right-handed hitting Kenta Imamiya. The first pitch is a breaking ball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike to Imamiya. Imamiya tonight has a single for 2. He's knocked in a couple of runs, and he's also drawn a walk. And here comes the pitch. It is a breaking ball swung on. It is lifted into center field. This ball is going to get down for a base hit in front of Suzuki. So Imamiya has a leadoff single here. And that is going to bring up the right fielder, Yuki Yanagita. The stat line on Birch Smith this year with the Lions. It's his 15th appearance of the year. He's got a record of 1-0. He's got 1 save. He's worked 30 2/3 innings. He's allowed 26 hits, 10 walks. He has struck out 26, and he's got an ERA of 2.93. So Imamiya here aboard with a single. Let's see what they do with Yuki Yanagita. So here comes the first offering to Yanagita. It's a fastball swung on and missed. Count is quickly 0-1. Yanagita is 0 for 3 tonight. He has popped out to the 3rd baseman twice and to the left fielder once. So no balls and 1 strike to Yanagita. And they throw over to first base, and diving back in time is the base runner Imamiya. I'd hate to say you want to take the bat out of Yanagita's hands by having him bunt the runner over, but Yanagita's been taking the bat out of his hands the whole night. So Yuki Yanagita batting here with nobody out and the runner at first here in the bottom of the 7th inning. So Bert Smith gets the sign from his catcher Suge, and he delivers. It's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike. The count is now 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes it is. The right-hander Smith leans in and he gets his sign from his catcher Suge. Now he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on it, is grounded through the 4-hole, almost hits him Amia into right field. It's going to be a base hit single for Yanagita. It's going to put runners at first and second with nobody out. That is going to bring up the designated hitter Alfredo Despania to the plate. Well, Despania, he's 1 for 3 tonight. He's got a homer in 3 trips. He's also driven in a couple of runs. That looks like it's going to be it for Yanagita as he's going to come out of the ball game. We're going to have a pinch runner for him. I'll have to get you the specs on that in just a moment. That is going to be number 45 entering the ball game. See who that is there. I don't see a 45. That's Tanagawara, the catcher / outfielder. There's a breaking ball that misses down and away to Despania, and the count is 1-0. Definitely not a bunt situation here. The big fella probably hasn't bunted in the last 25 years of his life. So 1 ball and no strikes to Despania. And now time is called as the batter has requested it. The umpire jumps out. So 1 ball and no strikes it is to Despania. And there's a fastball that misses inside, and the count is now 2-0. So Bert Smith has come in and has allowed back-to-back singles, and now he's fallen behind 2-0 to Alfredo Despania. So 2 balls and no strikes. And here's the offering. It is a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is now 2-1. Despania batting from the right side against the right-handed throwing Smith. Leans in, he gets that sign from Suge. Now he works to the set position. Checks the runner at second, and now he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on and fouled away. That last pitch was at 97 miles an hour. Smith had dialed that one up a little bit more. Despania now knows what he's working with. He's got a power arm on the mound here. So Despania here ready for the 2-2 count, or the 2-2 pitch. He waggles the bat. Here comes the 2-2 pitch from Bert Smith. He kicks and delivers. It's a fastball that misses way upstairs. And the count is now 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. As we said, we keep our eyes on the other stuff going on around the NPB. 1 final already in the Pacific League, and another one is shortly to follow as it's a 8-2 lead now for the Eagles in the top of the 9th inning. This is the Oryx Buffaloes. Games in the Central League are still going on. And here comes the 3-2 pitch as the right-hander Smith kicks and delivers. It's a fastball. Take it for a called third strike. I don't know about that one. Despania was on his way to first base. The home plate umpire was able to punch him out for a called third strike. I look at that replay of that one. I think that pitch just kept running off the outside corner. Espana is gone for the first out of the inning. And that is going to bring up the center fielder, Taisi Makihara. Well, that's the case right there that you never trust the umpire with 2 strikes. But in a crucial part of the ball game with runners at first and second, I would have to have said that might have been the case a little bit differently. So here we go. Here comes the first offering to Taisi Makihara. He is 1 for 3 tonight. He's got a double in 3 trips. That's Birch Smith. That was a big strikeout for him. Now he steps off the backside of the rubber and we'll do this all over again. So Makihara waiting here on the offering. He can be a double play candidate. He runs okay. So here we go. Anything hard hit on the ground could turn them 2. And there's a first pitch breaking ball that misses inside. Backs Makihara off the plate for ball 1. The count is 1-0. 1 ball and no strikes to Makihara. The runner is Imamiya at second. Yanagita was the runner at first. He's been pinch run for by Tanigawara. There is 1 gone here in the 7th inning. As the left-handed hitting, Makihara waits on the offering from Smith, who kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball that misses, and the count is now 2-0. I think that pitch, there was a lot of depth on that breaking ball. It looked like it confused the catcher, Suge, as well as the home plate umpire as well. That pitch looked pretty good, but they've called to the trainer to come on out. Birch Smith has signaled to the pitching coach there must be an issue here on the mound. Actually, it's the pitching coach to come out and maybe not the trainer, but the interpreter or the translator, as they are here with the pitching staff. So let's see if they're going to keep him in the ball game or what the deal is. But Smith had come out to the mound. Maybe he called for the mound so he could have some communication with his catcher, because that last pitch was a breaking ball. It looked like it was a good pitch, but Sugi had stood up, so he must have been wanting something different. So Tomoya Mori is the designated hitter tonight, but he may be thrust into the ball game. So here comes the 2-0 pitch. As Birch Smith delivers a breaking ball that misses way upstairs. And the count is now 3-0 to Makihara. It is Kawase who is the hitter that is on deck. He came in to pinch run for Eurizabel Graciel in the last half inning. So here's the pitch to Makihara. It's a fastball. Take it for a called strike, and the count is now 3-1. It's hard to stay engaged, but it's hard when you have a game like this where it is an entertaining game, and it's just, here we are at the 3 hour and 6 minute mark. So we're right about at the 9 inning average. It's just taken forever to play these innings. There's a breaking ball that misses up and away. That's going to be ball 4. It's going to load the bases. It's going to put the runner Imamiya moves to third. Tanigawara goes to second. Makihara is the runner at first, and that is going to bring up the left fielder, or now the current first baseman, Akira Kawase. So Kawase comes to the plate. This is going to be his 76th at bat, 93rd plate appearance. Batting .276 on the year. He's got no homers and 9 RBIs. So he bats here with the bases loaded and 1 gone. He does have a couple of stolen bases on the year, so he can run. And here's the first pitch. It is a breaking ball from Smith for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. No balls and 1 strike. Extremely frustrating when you have to watch this stuff, and it really affects the play. We've been talking about the rule changes in Major League Baseball. As I said, I'm not overly convinced. I think it's something that Certainly, are the bigger bags going to help? Are they not? There's a fastball that misses upstairs. The count is now 1-1. I think that's a bit of window dressing, whether you make the bases an extra 3 inches or not. Or even for that matter, why not just make first base bigger if you're that concerned about collisions down the first base line, which seem to be a topic of interest. It's not like you watch every game and you see a collision. Just make that first base bag a little bit bigger. But second, third base, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see when we watch it next year. The other two rule changes that were passed in Major League Baseball is limiting the shifts, and I'm good with that. I like to have the balanced field on both sides. So here comes the pitch. It is a fastball that misses down, and the count is now 2-1. There's nowhere to put Kawase as the bases are loaded. He's going to have to pitch to him as Smith. They are starting to get some action in the Lions bullpen. Both of these teams are locked up in a 3-way tie for first place. That is about to change as the Oryx Buffaloes have fallen tonight to the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles. So the winner of this game, it'll be one team standing. There's a fastball swung out and fouled away, and the count is 2-2 to Kawase. Bottom of the 8th inning, the Yokohama Dana Bay Stars have a 7-1 lead over the Called Swallows. It's in the bottom of the 7th inning at the Koshin Stadium, and the Hanshin Tigers have a 3-1 lead over the Chinichi Dragons. The only other games that are going on is the 2 other Pacific League games are now finals. And here comes the pitch. It is a fastball swung on and fouled away down the third base line, and the count remains at 2-2. I was laughing. I was saying this could be my worst nightmare because I'm going to be heading out the door here in about an hour or so, and this game is still, it seems like, a mile away from being finished. So the bases are full of Hawks. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes to Kawase. There's 1 gone here in the 7th inning. So here comes the 2-2 pitch as Birch Smith is set to deliver to the left-handed hitter Kawase. He kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball swung on and fouled straight back. The count remains at 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes it is. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. As the right-hander Bert Smith gets his sign from Suge. Here comes the offering. It's on its way. It's a fastball swung on. This ball is lifted down the left field line, and it's going to be fair. It's going to bounce into the stands for a ground rule double. The ball was knifed down the line, and it ended up with a lot of spin to it, and that's going to increase the lead to 7-3. Emamiya comes in to score. Yanagita comes around, or the Tanagawara comes around to score. That is going to put runners at second and third as Makihara goes all the way around to third. And Kawase's got himself 2 RBIs on that double, and that is going to bring up the left fielder Tomoya Masaki. That's the 10th hit of the ball game now for the Fukuoka Ball Club, and 3 of them have come here in the 7th inning. So runners at second and third with 1 gone, and Masaki stepping to the plate. And the first pitch is a fastball that misses upstairs. The count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. Right-hander leans in and he gets his sign. There's a breaking ball that swung on and fouled away. The count is 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. As the right-hander Kicks and delivers. It's a fastball that misses upstairs, and the count is now 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. The right-hander rocks into the motion. He kicks and delivers. It's a fastball that is swung on and fouled away, and the count now goes to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Masaki is 2 for 3 on the evening. He's got a homer and a single as he's waiting here on the 2-2 pitch now from Smith, but Smith steps off the backside of the rubber. So here we go. Here comes the 2-2. As he rocks into the windup, he kicks and he fires. It's a fastball. Take it for a called third strike. Masaki stood there like the house by the side of the road. This is the second time tonight he has gone down looking on strikes. That's going to leave it all up to the catcher, Takuya Kai. Well, for Takuya Kai, he is 0 for 2 tonight. He walked and scored a run his first time up, but he's also popped to second and had a sacrifice. Actually, check that. He's 0 for 1 tonight. He sacrificed bunt his last time up. So the Hawks are still threatening here. They got runners at second and third. And here comes the first pitch from Smith. He kicks and delivers. It's a fastball. Catches the outside corner for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. So these runs might be enough here for the Hawks to put the Lions away in this one. I would have to think we're going to see Levon Manello and the Hawks to try to close this out in the 9th, but we still have 2 more innings to go. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. There is a split finger pitch and misses down, but they say that the batter Kai had already went around, so it's going to be 0-2. So it's been a very much a struggle here for Birch Smith in this inning. So no balls and 2 strikes as the home plate umpire signals to the official scorer. 30 pitches in the inning for Birch Smith. 2 runs already on the board here for the Hawks, and they are sniffing for more. Here comes the 0-2 offering to Kai. Kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball, swung on and missed. But they say that he foul tipped it. The count remains at 0-2. I'd like to see that one again. That pitch was down in the dirt. Sometimes the home plate umpire will make that call on it. It's got to come up quickly, especially with 2 strikes. I'm not so sure about that one. So here comes the 0-2 offering. He kicks and delivers. It's a fastball that misses upstairs. The count is now 1-2. One thing I also say is the body language of Birch Smith here on the mound is, I haven't seen Smith pitch a lot this year. I've only seen him a couple of times. Just his mannerisms, the way he's carrying himself on the mound, you can see I don't know if he's disgusted with himself, or with the signal calling, or with the umpires, but you just see that his body language is moving around. There's a breaking ball swung on and missed, and Kai has gone on strikes. Well, Smith strikes out the side in the 7th inning, but around that, they had 2 runs, did the Hawks, on 3 hits, no errors, and 2 runners left aboard. We're now through 7 complete. It is the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks 7 and the Seibu Seibu Lions 3. We'll be right back in just a couple moments, everybody, with the call. And a little bit after this. Hang tight. We'll be right back again in a moment. Welcome back, everybody. We are moving to the top of the 8th inning. It is a 7-3 ball game now for the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks. Chuckling a little bit here, saying this is like the game that doesn't want to end. We do have a reliever now coming into the game for Fukuoka. This is going to be the 4th pitcher used on the evening, as it is a tall, lanky right-hander entering the fray. This is number 53. This is going to be Kaisuke Izumi, as he is going to be making his 21st appearance of the year. He's got no wins and 1 loss. He's worked 21 1/3 innings. He's allowed 14 hits. He's got 4 walks and 15 strikeouts. Got an ERA of 2.11. So Izumi on in relief. So Izumi is going to be facing Brian O'Grady, Senasuge, and Ning-Ting Wu. O'Grady tonight has reached base all 3 times he's come to bat. He is 2 for 2 and a walk, as the right-hander rocks into the motion and delivers a first pitch fastball swung on. It is popped up behind home plate. That is going to reach the seats as Takuya Kai watches it sail into the area behind home plate. The count is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike it is. So O'Grady, Suge, and Wu here in the 8th inning. The Hawks are looking to put an end to this one here. As we said before, we try to get the amount of time in between pitches, but not on the foul balls. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. There's a fastball that misses upstairs for a ball, and the count is 1-1. So every time the pitcher goes back, like he reaches for the rosin bag, and then he gets himself back up the mound. So I start the clock as soon as the ball hits the pitcher's mitt. But this one here, it looks like that Suge is, or I should say Izumi is ready to deliver again. There's a fastball that swung on and fouled away. So he's relatively decent compared to some of the others. When I say that, he's at 20 seconds. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. The kind of the rule of thumb that pitching coaches like to talk about with their pitchers is to work about 15 seconds in between pitches. You don't want to put your defense to sleep, and for that matter, everybody else. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Brian O'Grady. So I'm not sure what's going on, but O'Grady has got something to say to the home plate umpire, as the home plate umpire has got his hand up here. So we're ready to go. I don't know if he was set in the batter's box. So here comes the 1-2 pitch as the right-hander kicks and delivers. It's a fastball that just misses inside. That was a 96-mile-an-hour fastball from the young right-hander Izumi. So 1 ball and 2 strikes it is. So now the right-hander ready to go again. He kicks and he delivers. It's a fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count remains at 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to O'Grady. It'll be coming up in the bottom of the inning for the Hawks. It'll be the top of their batting order. We'll see what the Lions roll out in the next inning. There's a fastball that misses down, and the count now goes to 3-2. It's certainly not been an exhibition of pitching. Again, every pitch, it seems like Izumi goes back and grabs the rosin bag and ready to go again. The Hawks management are just sitting back, relaxed. It's funny to watch sometimes how they are affected here. There's a split finger pitch and misses down. It's going to be ball 4. Grady is going to get himself a leadoff walk here. It's the 4th time today he has been on base. He's got 2 singles and 2 walks in this one. That is going to bring up the catcher, Senasuge. Well, for Suge, he is 0 for 3. He has struck out, he's popped to third, and he is grounded into a double play. But it looks like we're going to have ourselves a pinch hitter here because, one would think Tomoya Mori is going to be coming into the ball game as we anticipated. So we've got ourselves a pinch hitter in this one. This is Kuriyama now pinch hitting as he's ready on the first offering from Izumi. It's a breaking ball that misses down and in. Count is 1-0. So for Kuriyama in the year, he is batting at .255. He's got 3 homers and 25 runs batted in. So be curious to see where they move their players positionally here. So he is hitting for Suge. And here's the pitch. It is a fastball swung on. This ball is belted to deep right field. Moving back on the warning track, and it's off the wall. It gets away from the right fielder, Taniguara. Picking it up is the center fielder, Makihara. He fires it in. Stopping at third base is going to be O'Grady. And that is a double here for Kuriyama. It's going to put runners at second and third, and it's going to bring up the second baseman, Ninting Wu. So the Seibu Seibu Lions are not dead. They continue to show signs of life. That ball was absolutely scorched. It got up about just over halfway up the fence. They weren't able to get it. Now Kuriyama is getting his high fives, and he is coming out of the ball game as they will have a pinch runner for him over at second base. So runners at second and third, nobody out. The pinch runner entering the ball game for Kuriyama is going to be number 53. That looks like it's Ito coming in, so probably Ito will be going on into the... Oh, it's not Ito. Check that. It's Kamayo. Like it was 53, 58. So Masato Kamayo in the game here. Veteran running for the veteran. This 36th ball game that he's appeared in this year, most of them as a pinch runner. Ninting Wu at the plate. He's waiting from the first offering from the right-hander. Izumi, who kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count is 0-1 to Ninting Wu. So Wu is ready to go. It's waiting here on the offering from the right-hander Izumi. Izumi's got himself in a bit of a pickle here with runners at second and third. And here comes the 0-1 pitch to Wu. As he kicks and fires, it's a fastball that almost hits Wu as he gets out of the way inside. The count is 1-1. Wu has a double in 3 trips. He's also knocked in a run. He's flown to right, and he has struck out. So 1 for 3 on the evening for Wu. He's driven in one of the 3 runs for the Lions tonight. So here comes the 1-1 pitch. As he kicks and delivers, it's a fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into left field, and it's going to get down for a base hit. That's going to score a run. And stopping at third is going to be the runner, as the pinch runner for Kuriyama. And that is going to bring the manager out of the Fukuoka bullpen. And it's going to cut the lead now to 7-4. As O'Grady scores from third base, an RBI single for Wu. That's his second hit of the night, and his second RBI to go with it. And that is going to bring up the third baseman, Shota Hiranuma. And before we see Hiranuma, we're going to have a pitching change as the Hawks are going to their bullpen, and we're going to be right back in 30 seconds after this. Another pitching change in Fukuoka. The beat continues here as the game just continues to roll on. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back, everybody. It is a pitching change as the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks have gone back to their bullpen. It is going to be a right-hander coming into the ballgame. We're just getting confirmation, but it looks like it's going to be Kuya Fuji. He is ready to come on into work, and that's exactly who it is. It's his 46th appearance. He's 4-0 on the year. He's got a couple of saves. He's got 46 and 2/3 innings under his belt, 15 hits allowed, 24, and struck out 68. So he is got an ERA of 0.96. So that is who we have here. As he is on in relief. And he is going to be the fourth pitcher used. Actually, check that, the fifth pitcher now used on the night by the Hawks. So Fuji on in relief as he has completed his warm-up tosses, and we are about ready to get this one back underway. So Fuji, I think he's completed his tosses. That's where we are now all done. It's runner at third as the pinch runner for the pinch hitter Kuriyama. And what do we have here? It looks like we got another pinch hitter. Nope, it's Shota Hiranuma at the plate. Hiranuma tonight is 2 for 3. He's got a couple of singles and 3 trips. And then it'll be the top of the order and Wakabayashi to follow here. So the Lions are brought their tying run to the plate. It is a 7-4 ball game. So Fuji in a pressure situation, and as we said, probably leave on Manello for the 9th. Here's the first pitch. It is a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1 to Hiranuma. We've seen Fuji pitch quite a bit this year, and he's very, very impressive. We'd be curious to know why he missed the 3 years, 2020, 2021, or at least the last 2 years. He was with the Hiroshima Toyo Carp from 17 to 19. He only pitched in 14 games at the NPB level. So here we go. Here comes the 0-1 offering. As the right-hander Fuji holds set. Now he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball that just misses up. The count is now 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. And again, I put my stopwatch on it. Fuji gets the ball back and he rubs it up. He's just taken forever here on the mound. As we said, the encouragement for pitchers is to work quickly, and that is not what we have here. As soon as he gets the ball back, it just takes him forever to deliver. As he looks set, and now he's ready to give the offering here to the right-hand or left-handed hitting Hiranuma. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count now is 1-2. So almost 30 seconds by the time the ball hits the pitcher's mitt to the time he delivers it. That is way too slow. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. To Hiranuma. Hiranuma has, we said, a couple of knocks tonight in the ball game. He's got 2 singles and 3 trips. He's also flown out to center field. So here comes the 1-2 offering as the right-hander works in the set position. And now he kicks and delivers. He spikes that one up to the plate. That was a good stop there by Takuya Kai. He had to race that one down. The runner at first base, Nin Ting Wu, had to hold there. It's going to keep the runner at third as well. So 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Hiranuma. We did see this on the weekend when we saw Fuji pitch. Had a tendency to really spike his split finger pitches, and we're not talking close. We're talking about a 54-foot fastball. If they were playing cricket, he probably would be doing well. So here comes the 2-2 offering. Check that. And here's the pitch from Fuji. It's a split finger pitch swung on and fouled away, and the count remains at 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. We've been updating the scores from around the NPB. Every game is now a final except for this one and the one in Osaka between the Tigers and the Dragons. Tigers have a 4-1 lead over Chinichi. That's in the bottom of the 8th inning. So here comes the 2-2 pitch. As the right-hander Fuji kicks and delivers, it's a fastball swung on. It is lifted into shallow left center field, coming over on it and making the catch. As the center fielder, here's the throw to the plate. It's going to be cut off, as that is going to get the runner home from third. So the Lions have now cut the lead to 7-5 on the sacrifice fly by Hiranuma, as he is retired for the first out of the inning. He picks himself up an RBI, and that's going to bring up the top of the order in Gakuto Wakabayashi. So nice piece of hitting by Hiranuma to do his job. And that's going to bring Wakabayashi to the plate. Wakabayashi is 1 for 4. He's got a single in 4 trips. The runner, Wu, establishes his lead over at first base. And here comes the first pitch. It is a split finger pitch that is swung on and missed. The count is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike to Wakabayashi. Right-hander ready to face the right-handed hitting Wakabayashi as he works to the set position. And he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on and missed. The count is now 0-2. Balls in, 2 strikes. So Fuji looking to retire the leadoff hitter, or at least the leadoff hitter in the ball game for the Seibu Seibu Lions. And here comes the 0-2 pitch. As he kicks and delivers, it's a fastball that misses outside, and the count is now 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. As we mentioned earlier, we are going to be calling another game tomorrow night. Every time I do the Hawks, I know they have a 3-hour and 8-minute average, they say, for 9-inning games in the Pacific League. The Hawks seem to be the team that always is the one that's bringing up the average. There's a fastball that just misses. Count is now 2-2. And, of course, the officiating tonight has been a little inconsistent. I see Alfredo Despania punched out on a pitch that was like it was about 6 inches off the outside corner of the plate. There's a pitch that's knee-high off the inside corner, and Wakabayashi lives to have another pitch. So here comes the 2-2. As the right-hander Fuji now steps off the backside of the rubber, and he's going to run up the baseball, and we're ready to do it again. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. As Fuji checks the runner over at first base, he works to the set position, and now he kicks and fires. It is a split finger pitch swung on and missed, and that is going to retire Wakabayashi for the second out of the inning. And that is going to leave it up to the shortstop Sasuke Genda. Well, for Genda, he is 0 for 4 tonight. He has struck out looking. He has lined to third. He has lined to the second baseman, and he has flown out to left field. So 0 for 4 on the evening for Genda. And here comes the first offering from the righty to Sasuke Genda here. And Fuji now holds at the chest. He kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Genda has struggled at the plate, as we say, 0 for 4 tonight. He struck out looking his first time up, and then it's been the lineouts and the flyout. And none of the lineouts were particularly bullets. Little looping liners to the third baseman and then to the second baseman as well. So no balls and one strike to Genda. Here comes the pitch now from the righty Fuji, who delivers. It's a split finger pitch that's waved at in the dirt. The count now goes to 0-2. So no balls and two strikes. A 7-5 lead here in the top of the eighth inning for the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks over the Seibu Lions. This game here has some entertaining moments to it for sure. 2-run homer by Hataka Yamakawa back in the sixth inning gave him his 39th of the year. Also a home run by Alfredo Despania in this one, and as well by the rookie Tomoya Masaki. There's a split finger pitch that misses down, and the count is now 1-2. A good stop there by the catcher Kai. So 1 ball and 2 strikes it is to Genda. 2 gone here in the top of the eighth inning. The runner at first is Ning Ting Wu. He has the single that was able to drive in the first run of the inning. So here comes the 1-2 pitch as Fuji gets his sign from his catcher Kai. Checks the runner at first. And now he works to the set position. He kicks and delivers. It's a fastball taken for a called third strike. Genda stood there like the house by the side of the road and watched it go by for out number 3. And that is going to do it here for the Lions in their half of the eighth inning. Well, they scored a couple of runs in the inning. There were 2 runs on 2 hits. There were no errors and 1 runner left aboard. We're moving to the bottom of the eighth inning. It is the Seibu Lions trailing the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks 7-5. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call. The bottom of the eighth inning when we return after this. Welcome back, everybody. We're moving to the bottom of the eighth inning. It is going to be the top of the order coming up for the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks. That means Yukio Shudo, Masaki Momori, and Kenta Imamiya, as they are slated to come to bat here in their half of the eighth inning. The manager for the Lions is busy writing notes in his binder. What is going on in this one here? As he has made some of his changes, it looks like there's going to be some defensive changes as well. Looks like Tomoya Mori is on. There is a new pitcher in the ball game as well, as they have gone to the bullpen to call on a right-hander to come on into the ball game, and that right-hander is going to be Honda. And so it is Keisuke Honda, who is coming in to making his 42nd appearance of the year. He's got a record of 3-2. He's worked 45 and third innings. He's allowed 35 hits. He's walked 12 and struck out 31. Got himself an ERA of 2.18. So it looks like that we do have a new catcher in behind the plate, but it's not Tomoya Mori. And we have a right fielder as well. So we'll see what we have here working behind the dish for the Lions. And that looks like it is going to be Koga. So he is going to be entrusted to work here with the pitcher Honda. So Honda is the 4th pitcher used tonight by the Seibu Lions. The right-hander is ready to go to work here. So here comes the first pitch to The left-handed batter, Yukio Shudo, it's a breaking ball that misses outside for ball one, and the count is 1-0. So Keisuke Honda wastes no time. He is ready to go back to work again as he holds in the set position. And now he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball that misses down, and the count is now 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes. It is one of those days that you have here, and you're like, geez, this game here is just never wanting to end. So here comes the 2-0 pitch as the right-hander kicks and delivers. It's a fastball that catches the outside corner. The count is now 2-1 to Shudo. I feel like when we're doing this game tonight, it's like doing a Boston Red Sox Yankee game or watching one of those. Especially when you get into those Sunday nighters, it just goes on and on and on. Here's the 2-1 pitch. It's a fastball that misses up and away. The count is now 3-1 to Shudo. So 3 balls and 1 strike. It's Masaki Momori who waits his turn on deck. And Kenta Imamiya to follow. One would have to think it is going to be Shudo here, and they'll probably be bunting him over if he can get him on. So here comes the pitch. It's a fastball that carves the plate right in half, and the count is now 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. Right-hander gets his sign from his catcher. And now he works into the set position. Here comes the payoff pitch to Yukio Shudo. He kicks, and he delivers. It's a fastball swung on and fouled away. It's going to reach the seats down the third base line, and the count is now 3-2 to Shudo. It's a good defensive swing by Shudo to protect the plate there, which was a little bit up in the zone. Tough one to handle. So 3 balls and 2 strikes as Keisuke Honda gets the sign from his catcher, and he's ready to go at it again. Here comes the payoff pitch. He kicks and delivers. It's a fastball that just misses low. That is going to be ball 4, as that is going to be a leadoff walk here for Shudo in the 8th inning. That is going to bring up Masaki Momori. So one would have to expect that Momori is going to be bunting here. He's already done it twice tonight. Try to move him into scoring position so that he can get the meat of the order to try to drive him in. So Masaki Momori to the plate. He is 1 for 2. As we said, he's got 2 sacrifice bunts his first 2 times up. So one would think that he is going to be doing that again here. He's got his average up to 259. So the right-hander Honda gets the sign from his catcher. He checks the runner over at first. And they fire over to first base, but Momori shows no signs of wanting to square to bunt, but one would have to think that that is going to be in the cards. Especially with the new catcher behind the plate, I think for sure you want to make sure you get something here, but no signs to the defense as here comes the offering now from Honda. He kicks and delivers. There's the bunt. It's down. It's up the first baseline. It's fielded by Honda. He throws to first. That is going to retire Momori. That's going to go down as a sacrifice. 1-4 for the first out of the inning. It's going to advance Shudo over to second. That's going to bring up the shortstop, Kenta Imamiya. Well, for Imamiya tonight, he is 2 for 3. He's got a couple of singles. He's scored a couple of runs. He's driven in a couple of runs. He has also walked in his 4 trips to the plate. So Imamiya steps in here, ready to face Honda with 1 gone in the top of the 8th or bottom of the 8th inning. So he steps in. He's waggling the bat, ready for the first offering from the right-hander Honda. As Honda comes set, checks the runner over at second base, and now he kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball that misses up and in for ball 1, and the count is 1-0. The hitter, it is Tadagawara who waits his turn on deck as he came in to pinch run for Yuki Yanagita his last time up. He got Mick in the house. Welcome, Mick. Checking in here for the last part of the ball game. So here comes the 1-0 pitch. As the righty kicks and delivers, it's a fastball swung on and missed. And the count is now 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Kenta Imamiya. The crowd is pretty engaged here in Fukuoka. They're making their presence felt. As the right-handed hitting Imamiya waiting here on the offering from the righty. As he kicks and delivers, it is a fastball that is swung on and fouled away, and the count is 1-2. Friend Mick says, I wish I would have known you were on. Well, about an hour before the game, we ended up posting it up. We had to wait and see. I'm going to try to do games every night this week in the middle of the evening or middle of the night or morning, depending upon where you're at. So about an hour before first pitch, if you want to check or hit the bell so that you get the notification when we go live. That'll let you know. But we are going to be doing it again tomorrow night. So here comes the 1-2 pitch. As the right-hander holds set. Now he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball that misses down, and the count is now 2-2 to Imamiya. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. So here comes the 2-2 pitch as the right-hander Honda holds set. He checks the runner over at second, and now he kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball swung on. This ball is lifted into right center field. Moving over underneath it is Suzuki. He's going to make the catch. Tagging at second is Shudo, but he's going to have to hold his ground. As that is going to be a fly out to center field for the second out of the inning. That is going to bring up the right fielder Yuki, or it's going to bring up the spot where Yuki Yanagita was there. It's going to bring up Tanagawara. So Tanagawara making his first appearance here tonight. They list him as a catcher, but he has had the opportunity to play in some of the outfield positions. This is Kenta Tanagawara. On the season, he's hitting .238. He's got no homers and 8 RBIs. That's from the left side. And here comes the first offering from Honda. As he holds set, he checks the runner Shudo at second. He kicks and he delivers. It's a breaking ball that misses inside for ball 1, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. Mick says he's going to be in California tomorrow. He's going to try to catch the Giants and the Dodgers. That would be pretty cool if you can get to see that. So here comes the 1-0 pitch to Tanagawara as the right-hander Honda checks the runner, and now he delivers a fastball that's taken for a called strike, and the count is 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike to the left-handed hitting Tanagawara. You certainly want to take care of Tanagawara here as Alfredo Despania looms on deck. So here comes the 1-1 pitch. As the right-hander checks, he kicks his delivers. It's a fastball that is swung on and missed. And the count is now 1-2. Just as a different note, there is a player of Japanese descent that plays in the National Hockey League, Nick Suzuki. Different sport, different piece here. And Suzuki has just been named the captain of the Montreal Canadiens, which is going to be fairly interesting. Someone of Japanese heritage in North America named the captain of the storied franchise in Montreal. And time has been called. As the home plate umpire jumps out, that was just sort of breaking news we got a flash of. So if there's hockey fans that listen in here, there you go. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Tanagawara. The runner at second base is Shudo. There's 2 gone here in the bottom of the 8th inning. As the right-hander Honda checks the runner at second, and now he kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball that misses way outside. And the count is now 2-2. Well, we're expecting that it's going to be Levon Mainello in for the ninth inning. The Cuban left-hander would probably be coming in to close this one out, as the Hawks have a 2-run lead. So here comes the 2-2 pitch, as Honda now comes set at the belt. He kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball that just misses upstairs. The count is now 3-2. Our friend Mick, who is based in Colorado, says, "Go Avs. They were the Stanley Cup champs." Yes, they were. So 3 balls and 2 strikes to Taniguara as Alfredo Despaigne waits his turn on deck. And here comes the 3-2 offering. The payoff pitch is on the way as Honda checks and delivers. It's a fastball that is swung on. It is lifted foul down the third base line. It's going to reach the seats. That would have been ball 4 as Taniguara went out after it. Just couldn't hold it up. So 3 balls and 2 strikes to Taniguara. Despaigne waiting his turn on deck. The runner at second is Shudo. The score is 7-5 here for the Hawks, as they are batting in their half of the 8th inning. Seibu Seibu Lions will have one more crack to try to get back into it, and they're going to have the big part of the order coming up, the 3, 4, and 5 hitters. So we'll have to see how that plays out in the 9th inning. So here comes the 3-2 pitch as the righty Honda checks the runner. He delivers. It's a fastball that just misses inside. Oh boy, that's ball 4 as Taniguara has got himself a walk. That's going to put runners at first and second. That's going to bring up Alfredo Despaigne to the plate here with 2 on and 2 away here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Well, Despaigne, he is 1 for 4. He's got a home run in 4 trips. He had the knocked in a couple of runs with that, as Yamakawa had come in to talk to his young pitcher. So runners are at first and second with 2 gone. And Alfredo Despaigne stepping to the plate. This game is now approaching the 4-hour mark. I was laughing about it earlier, saying, we got to be able to get this one in its entirety. Unbelievable. All the other games across the NPB are now finals, and we'll update you on those as we are here with this one tonight. So the right-hander Honda holds set. He checks the runner Shudo at set. Second, the Chiba Marines shut out 5-3-0 tonight. Suzuki got the win for Chiba. He is 1-2. Kato took the loss. He's 6-7 for the Fighters. Roberto Osuna got his 8th save for the Marines. Here comes the 1-0 pitch now from Honda. He kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball that misses down, and it's now 2-0. The center fielder Taisi Makihara will wait his turn on deck. So 2-0 to Despaigne. The Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles kept pace. They knocked off the Oryx Buffaloes 8-2 tonight. Aramoto goes to 500. He's 8-8 on the year, and Miyagi took the loss. He's 10-7 for the Buffaloes. Home runs in that ball game. Masataki Yoshida hit his 16th. Yuma Tongo hit his 10th. So here comes the 2-0 to Despaigne. It's a fastball that's taken for a called strike, and the count is 2-1. Yoshida and Tongu, as we said, hit homers in that game for Oryx. In the Central League, both of those games are also finals. The Yokohama Dana Bay Stars beat the Occult Swallows 7-1. As here comes the 2-1 offering now to Despania as Honda works set. Checks the runner over at second and now delivers a fastball that misses upstairs. It's now 3-1 to Despania. In that Baystar game, it was Shota Eminaga getting his 10th win of the year against 3 losses. Yuri Hara took the loss for the Swallows. He's 7-6. Tetsuda Yamada hit his 23rd for the Swallows. Baystars, it was Maeda hitting his first. So here comes the 3-1 to Despania as the right-hander Honda delivers. It's a breaking ball swung on it. Is popped up into shallow right field. Moving back on it is Nin Ting Wu. He's going to make the catch. And that is going to do it here in the 8th inning for the Hawks. Well, they threaten, but they don't score. There were no runs in the inning. There were no hits, no errors, and 2 runners left aboard. We're now through 8 complete. It is the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks 7 and the Seibu Seibu Lions 5. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call at the top of the 9th inning when we return after this. Appreciate you guys for being here. Welcome back, everybody. It is a pitching change, and it is what we expected. It is going to be Livan Manello coming in relief. The Cuban left-hander is looking to close this one out. He is going to be the 6th pitcher used on the evening by the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks. And Manello is going to have to face the 3, 4, and 5 hitters in the Seibu Seibu Lion batting order. Manello, the native of Cuba, be making his 46th appearance. He's 1-1 on the year. He's worked 44 2/3 innings. He's allowed 18 hits. He has walked 19 and has struck out 75. He's got an ERA of 0.81. He is on in relief. They do have a couple of changes defensively for the Hawks, but we'll have to get that for you as we move along here. One would think that Yukio Shuda would probably be moving into left field, and we have a new third baseman as well. So it is going to be Tomoya Mori to lead it off. He'll be followed by Hotaka Yamakawa and Shohei Suzuki. And here comes the first offering from Manello, who kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball swung on and fouled away. The count is quickly 0-1 to Mori. Mori tonight is 2 for 4. He's got a single, 2 singles. He scored a run. He struck out looking, and he's grounded to short in his 4 trips to the plate. So we're here in the top of the 9th inning. And the pitch is a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is now 1-1 strike to Mori. So 1 strike. The left-hander Manello gets the sign from his catcher, and he now works into the set position. And here comes the pitch. It is a fastball that misses upstairs, and the count is now 2-1. So 2 strike to Mori. You don't want to put him on and then have Yamakawa come to the plate. Certainly here in this one, Tomoya Mori would become the table setter, and Yamakawa would be the hunter here, hunting Livan Manello. Here comes the 2-1 pitch. There's a fastball swung on it. It's popped up. That is behind home plate. It looks like it's going to be playable. Moving underneath it is Takuya Kai. He makes the catch. And that is going to retire Mori for the first out of the inning. So 1 up and 1 away, and that'll bring up Hotaka Yamakawa. Well, for Yamakawa tonight, he is 1 for 3. He's got a home run And he has knocked in a pair. He's also struck out. He has flown to center and walked. So the big fella hit his league-leading 39th homer of the season. He's also got 84 RBIs to go with it. An interesting stat that I'd like to break down, and I don't have an answer for it, would be how many of the runs that he has driven in have been on the home runs, and how many of has he driven in without the home run? And there's a fastball that misses inside for a ball. Obviously, we know with 39 homers and 84 RBIs, 39 of he's driven himself in. But who knows? They do have a pinch hitter moving into the on-deck circle, as it is Takeya Nakamura, who is moving in ready to hit. And there's a fastball that catches the outside corner, and the count's now 1-1 to Yamakawa. So 1 ball and 1 strike. The left-hander Moinello leans in and he gets the sign from his catcher Kai. He works to the set position, and here's the 1-1. It's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count now goes to 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike to Yamakawa. Just as a reminder, we are going to be back on the airwaves again tomorrow. As we'll call another series, but we won't announce it till about an hour before. I have a feeling it's probably going to be the same 2 teams again. So here comes the 2-1 offering. It's a fastball swung on, and it's lined foul into the seats over on the third base side. That's going to put the count now at 2 balls and 2 strikes. A nice catch by a young fan over in those temporary seats. He brought his glove. He's able to make the grab. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. As the lefty Moinello leans in and he gets the sign from his catcher Kai. And now he works set. He kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball that just misses off the outside corner. The count is now 3-2 to Yamakawa. So 3 balls and 2 strikes it is. And Yamakawa is waggling the bat, waiting here on the 3-2 pitch. Here comes the payoff pitch from Moinello. And he kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on and missed. And Yamakawa goes down on strikes for the second out of the inning. That is going to leave it all up to the pinch hitter, Takeya Nakamura. Well, the Lions are down to their final out here in the top of the 9th. The Cuban left-hander has come in and done his job. That was a fastball that was up and away to Yamakawa that he went chasing. So 2 up and 2 away, and that's going to bring up Nakamura to the dish. Nakamura on the season hitting .197. He's got 11 homers and 29 RBIs. He's swung the bat a lot better lately. There's a first pitch fastball swung on. It has popped up. It's on the right side of the infield. Coming over underneath it is the first baseman Kawase. He's going to make the catch. And that is going to do it here for the final out of the inning. There were no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left aboard for the Lions in the 9th. Your final score is the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks 7 and the Seibu Lions 5. That is going to do it here tonight, everybody. We appreciate you guys for checking in and listening to us here. We'll be back on again, the airwaves again tomorrow night. Check our schedule. We'll be posting it up about an hour and a half before game time. It looks like we'll probably do the same 2 teams. Thanks again for listening in tonight. Have a great night, everybody. We'll be back again tomorrow. Again, your final 7-5 for Fukuoka.